Good morning. You're all welcome to the Youth in Energy Conference. We're about to start in about 2 minutes. You can take your seats if you haven't taken your seat. I hope you've all had breakfast. So welcome to the Youth and Energy Conference once again. The theme for this conference is involving youth in Africa's energy transition. Thank you all for coming once again. Let's be patient as we wait for 2 minutes to start. I'd like to request us all to stand for the anthems.
mighty, the walls around thee. Great, great and mighty, the gates beside thee. From east and west, from north and south, all voices singing, arise, Makerere. Rise up and rise, high up and high, all voices singing, arise, Makerere, Makerere, Makerere. We build for the future, the great Makerere. Great, great and mighty, the walls around thee. Great, great and mighty, the gates beside thee. Great, great and mighty, the walls around thee. Great, great and mighty, the gates beside thee.
Thank you all. You can have a seat, have your seats. My name is Caroline Kainomcha. I'm a communications specialist in the Advancement Office, working with the Vice Chancellor's Office. I'll be your MC for the day. We're all here to participate in the Youth in Energy Conference. Once again, the theme for today's conference is Evolving Youth in Africa's Energy Transition. The Youth in Energy Conference is backed on the recent discovery of oil and gas in the Albertine region that the government has decided to exploit and push forward. Today in this conference, we aim to engage the youth, who are the students who pertain the majority of the audience today. We hope to engage them in conversations around not only oil and gas, but also in the energy sector. Present here today with us are also various key sector players who will demystify and articulately break down the nitty-gritties of the energy sector. The discussions around the youth today in our country are centered on jobs, businesses, and the future of energy transition. Hopefully, after all the discussions we've had today, the youth will be able to position themselves to leverage the opportunities existent in the energy sector. For the safety briefing, the places of convenience, we have one upstairs and one below for both male and female. The entrance is here. We have two exit routes, one up on my right and one on my left. There's a fire extinguisher at the outside in case of a fire, and we will also alert you. We have refreshments. They're going to be going around, some teas, some water. And in case of any questions, you can raise up your hand and part of the event management team will reach you to answer all your queries. Now we're going to watch a short video about a safety moment.
God, it's exciting, isn't it?
So, how's the week been?
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
and two men. This month, June, the month of June is the Mental Health Awareness Month for men specifically. This video was hoping to shed a light on the lives of men in the African society. Men are trained and raised to be masculine and not open up and talk about whatever they're going through. But the video showed us two men, one excited, exuberant, and joyful man cheering the football so happily, and the other quite calm and composed. The obvious analysis would be that the calm and composed man was the one struggling with mental health or something, but we see at the end of the video that the joyful, exuberant man is the one who didn't make it. He probably passed on or committed suicide. And we've seen these things happen in our own society. In the past month alone, we've lost good, talented young men in Uganda. So I encourage the men in this room to always talk to their friends, talk to your relatives. Remember always that you're not alone. We encourage you to open up, even to us, the women. We will always listen and offer the help where we can. So allow me to invite now Professor Goreti Nabanoga, who is representing the Vice Chancellor of the university. She is the principal of the College of Agriculture and Environmental Sciences. She's going to give us opening remarks.
Very good morning to you all. Allow me welcome you to Makerere University. And I'm sure most of you must have been surprised to see a female representing the Vice Chancellor. At Makerere University, we are all inclusive. And I chose not to wear pants because I would have emulated the Vice Chancellor, but this time I chose to just be myself. I bring you greetings from the Vice Chancellor, who is aware that we are here, and due to very important engagements he had this morning, he just couldn't make it. I'm happy to be here as a person, and particularly coming from the college that speaks to what is happening today, the College of Agricultural and Environmental Sciences. But today I should have expressed my gratitude as an individual, but I'm just here to represent the Vice Chancellor. And protocol demands that when you're delegated, you don't add any word, you just do what you're asked to do. And that is why I am here, and that is exactly what I'm going to do. It's a written speech. I will not edit any statement, so I'll just present it as is. The Deputy General Manager, Total Energies, Mrs. Mariam Nampera Mboa, and all leaders from Total Energies present here this morning, distinguished speakers, and all invited guests, all protocol observed. A very, very good morning to you all. It is with great pleasure and honor that I welcome you all to the 2024 Youth in Energy Conference organized by Total Energies EP Uganda here at Makerere University. Welcome again to Makerere University. We gather here today to discuss and explore the profound opportunities and challenges within the energy sector, particularly focusing on the crucial transitions towards sustainable energy and the integral role that our youth will play in this transformation. Uganda is on the verge of an exciting journey, driven by the harnessing of our rich oil resources, which have been focused area of investment by government and partners such as the Total Energies for a while now. Through strategic projects such as the Kingfisher, Tilenga, and the East African Crude Oil Pipeline, EACOP, we are poised to harness these resources to catalyze our nation's development. It is important that our young people learn from this conference that the much anticipated oil projects are not just about extracting oil. They are also going to create jobs, build infrastructure, and will generate financial resources necessary to uplift our communities and drive economic growth. It is with profound encouragement that we request you to learn that the Tilenga and the ECO projects in particular have been meticulously planned with a focus on local content, with an estimated 1.2 billion United States dollars to be directly spent with local contractors during the construction phase, and equivalent to 2 years of current numbers of dollars in foreign direct investment in Uganda. With this kind of investment, there's no doubt that this will have a substantial socio-economic impact. At this juncture, allow me to appreciate and applaud the collaboration between Makerere University and Total Energies Uganda, which has been of critical strategic value. We greatly appreciate the quick response and commitment of support from Total Energies when we lost our Icon building to fire. As we look towards commissioning the newly refurbished building later this year, we extend our thanks to the generous donations towards the restoration of part of the building back to glory. We also greatly appreciate the support towards the refurbishment and equipping of the Emergency Medicine Simulation Center at Makerere University's College of Health Sciences at Mulago Hospital. In addition to specialized training in necessary skills to effectively participate in the oil economy through Total Energies' TPA program. Through this program, Total Energies EP Uganda has supported oil and gas-related courses at Makerere University and other institutions since 2012, contributing significantly to the development of the local talent in the oil sector. I believe Total deserves a hand of clap. We also appreciate the opportunities extended through graduate training programs implemented by Total Energies EP Uganda, which have empowered a significant number of beneficiaries from Makerere University under the Drilling Graduate Training Program and several others GSR Graduate Training and Graduate Management Training Programs. I now turn to our students and all youths here present. I urge you to take full advantage of the knowledge and insights that will be shared during this conference. The head of state, the President of the Republic of Uganda, has continuously pledged that the oil funds will only be utilized for infrastructure and other non-consumptive projects, which will put money directly in people's pockets. And this is where the youths must benefit and should pay attention on how that can happen. Therefore, be keen to learn and ask questions. Be excited by the opportunities you will learn today and envision your future within this dynamic industry. Your involvement as youths and readiness to participate are crucial for the future of our country as we navigate the complexities of the energy transitions. In conclusion, I once again extend my heartfelt appreciation to Total Energies for organizing this event to educate and prepare you, the youths, for your participation in the opportunities ahead. I am confident that the discussions and knowledge shared here will inspire and equip you, the young people and stakeholders, to contribute meaningfully to the energy sector and our nation's development. Thank you all for being here, and allow me wish you a productive and enlightening conference as we build for the future, for God and my country.
Thank you so much, Professor Nabanoka. At this juncture, allow me to invite Mr. Anthony L. Mazega, the Director of IFRI's Center for Energy and Climate, to give us his opening remarks too.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's a pleasure to be here. I'm the first time in your great country. I work for a French think tank, which is an independent research center. We analyze energy markets, energy policies in Europe and across the world, and try to make independent views on what is going on. And it is in this capacity that I would like to contribute to the discussions today, in perhaps first outlining how we see the world and how we see Uganda in this world. I think we are braced for extraordinary challenges altogether, for luckily extraordinary opportunities, and I must say, and especially here in Uganda, for extraordinary climate injustices. And I will also, in a very humble way, but address these in these few remarks. If we look at the world today, we are unfortunately heading towards severe climate change, and we will not be in a position to limit global warming to 1.5 degrees. So that is an average. It means that some regions in the world will warm up much more than others, and in Europe we will face much stronger warming, and also in Africa, which means that there will be environmental repercussions. Now, having said that, I have to move to the issue of fundamental climate injustice, because all that is not caused by any one of you, no by any country in sub-Saharan Africa. Most of that has been caused by us in the West, in Europe, in the United States, in China, and in Russia over the last 150 years. So we have to be very clear about that. And which leads me to another point: where is the world heading to in terms of energy transitions? And actually there is not one world, there is different worlds. We have the world that is seeking to access affordable energy for all, and affordable and reliable energy. And that world is certainly also present here in sub-Saharan Africa. Then we have the world that is basically adding fossil fuels, that is adding lower carbon technologies such as solar and photovoltaics or nuclear, but that is not transitioning. It is adding capacity, right? It is adding fuels. And lastly, we have a much smaller world that is actually transitioning. And that smaller world is Europe. And the problem with Europe is, on the one hand, yes, we are decarbonizing. We are replacing fossil fuels with lower carbon solutions and technologies. Yes, there is good results in that, but it's not fast enough, it's not big enough. And for the issue of global climate injustice I mentioned, it is, of course, not enough. So how do we reconcile these worlds? I think that is a major issue. And yes, of course, you have a blessing here. We mentioned early on in the remarks the oil projects, but let's be clear, that is a booster for an overall development. There is extraordinary opportunities related to that, and I'm sure that everything is being undertaken to unleash this. And what I would like to use this morning is perhaps to discuss later on, what are the kind of all the building blocks that are required to really enable these resources, these developments, to really unleash wider economic benefits to the society, of course, to bring all the quality jobs that are required. But I must say, and I do not want to take too much time in these introductory remarks, but some of the key ingredients you have here in place, which is you need high quality projects. You need high quality operators, efficient, well-performing, operating according to the world's best standards. And this I find in this country. And then you need strong political will, and you need a vision and a strategy. And I think there is a lot of that here in Uganda from what I could read and hear and sense and from what I can see. And what I would like to do then is in the continuous discussions later on today, is to dig a little bit into those topics and outline from the experience, from the observations that we could make from other countries and from other sectors, from other projects, what is really key to really build on these opportunities. So with these initial opening remarks, I'm again very, very pleased to be here with you today. And I thank you for your time, for coming here and for your attention, and I look forward to great discussions. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mark Anthony. We truly look forward to an in-depth analysis on what you just shared. I'd love to recognize a few of the categories of the people present in this room here today. We have energy sector players and partners, IFRI, African Energy Chamber, the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development, the Petroleum Authority of Uganda, Uganda Chamber of Mines and Petroleum, Total Energies, of course, UNOC, CNOC, and EACOP. We have other partners such as Mark Demore, Sinopec, E360 Group Limited, Inspector Africa, COSL Uganda SMC Limited, Sunmaker Energy Uganda Limited, and ZPEB Uganda Limited. We also have representatives here with us today from the education institutions, Makerere University itself, the Ministry of Education, the Uganda Petroleum Institute, Kigumba. We also have representatives from human resource institutions, such as CO Group, HR Beyond Limits, WQS Recruitment Services, Aldelia, and True North Consultants. We have students and young professionals who I believe are the majority with us here today, and the media fraternity. Once again, you're all welcome. The hashtag for this event is African Youth in Energy. Be reminded to tweet, those of you who are tweeting online, and highlight the various things coming out of the speeches and discussions. Up next, we're going to have a presentation from Mr. Ali Sekatawa. He is the Legal and Corporate Affairs Director in Petroleum Authority Uganda. He'll take us through presentations in Uganda oil and gas projects, petroleum regulation, and the government strategy on energy transition.
Thank you. Morning, colleagues. Protocol observed. My name is Ali Sekatawa. I work as a director in PAU. And I'm very happy to be here, Madam. I'm an alumni of Makerere. And also from Nkrumah. I don't know whether we have some Nkrumah Oye guys here. Nkrumah Oye. Ra. So my presentation covers 3 areas. One is the regulation of the sector, the progress of the sector, youth involvement in the sector, and then the energy transition. And I've been given 20 minutes. I will try to summarize to the best of my ability. But before we go to the regulation, maybe it's good to know that we discovered commercial reserves in 2006. And from 2006 up to now, we have been preparing to start production of these commercial reserves. Right now, as we stand, I will show you probably. Right now as we stand, we have 3 core projects, which is one called Kingfisher, another one, Tilenga, and the third one is called ECOP. Those are the 3 core anchor projects that are taking us to first oil. Those 3 projects, one, Tilenga, is the one which is being undertaken by Total. It's the biggest. It is in Bulisa. Some of you have been there, but maybe many have not. But it's the one that is supposed to produce 190,000 barrels per day of oil. The second is Kingfisher in Buhuka Flats. Again, that one is for 40,000. It's being taken forward by CNOOC. And the third is ECOP, which is the pipeline, 1,445 kilometers from Hoima to Tanga at the coast. Again, that pipeline is the one that is supposed to export our crude, as you know, so that it can be sold to the international market. Those 3 were the basis of a final investment decision that was made in February 2022. And there is significant progress in all of them. We are expected to have first oil in 2025. When they say first oil, they mean the point when Tilenga is ready, Kingfisher is ready, and the ECOP pipeline is ready to start exporting. All of them should be commissioned at the same time, plus or minus 2025 in terms of the timeline because of the nature of the project. I don't know what's wrong with the, okay. Okay, good. So, I don't know whether you can see, but up there, the green up is Tilenga on Lake Albert. The lower part is Kingfisher. And then there are 2 pipelines that come from Tilenga to Hoima, and then from Kingfisher to Hoima. And Hoima is where we shall have the sharing point. From there, ECOP starts its journey to the coast in East Africa. Tilenga, you can see the numbers there, 4.5 billion US dollars. The numbers for Kingfisher, 2 to 3 billion US dollars. And ECOP also around 4 billion US dollars. These 3 have significantly moved. There are other projects. We expect to do a refinery. It is slightly behind these 2. And negotiations for it are ongoing. Most of the studies for it are complete, but it is behind this one. So when we talk about first oil, remember, we are talking about this, and then the refinery comes on board. We also have other support infrastructure that have been done. There are what you've heard, the oil roads, the airport, power, internet, and so on to support the structure. So how do we then regulate these 3 projects? For PAU, we consider the oil and gas sector to be in these major pillars. The first pillar is resource management. What is resource? It is our oil. First is to make sure, do we have the oil? Is it commercial? What is the data that relates to it? How is it optimally going to be recovered to make sure that it doesn't compromise the environment? The second is cost monitoring. Because we run a production sharing regime, in that Total is investing all that money. It is not government money, but Total is also a business company. So that money will have to be recovered, but you recover when you are also recovering oil. So we have to monitor the costs that are being recovered so that at the point of sharing, we are all getting a fair share of the product. The third is petroleum data management. There's a lot of data that is being acquired every day in the activities. Again, this data is being acquired. Right now we are doing a real-time monitoring center to make sure that whatever data is gotten is recorded and stored for all of you guys, because it is an asset that belongs to the people of Uganda. The fourth is health, safety, security, social, and environment. And probably this is the pillar that might most likely be discussed here today as you're talking about the transition and the environment that relates to it. How do you protect the environment, the people, but also optimally recover? And lastly, national content. Again, this is the topic that is at the heart for all of us. How do you ensure Ugandans fully participate and benefit from the sector and take forward the sector themselves? So these are the 6 pillars. So in terms of the project, I think I had noted here the key areas. The 4th one is here, the industrial park. I had talked about Tilenga, Kingfisher, and ECOP. And I should say from 2022, when FID was made, the project overall is on course. Due to limited time, I cannot go in each and every aspect, but the overall schedule for Tilenga, for Kingfisher, and for ECOP, they are all on course, with a few, as you know, like if you're building this structure, you will have delays here and there, but they are within the scope of the project. We have not seen a red line that is affecting the project. Now, on top of that, we have this industrial park, which is in Kabale or in Hoima. We acquired 29 square miles of land. 5 of them will be used for the refinery. Then the others, there is an international airport. As you know, it's almost ready, due for commissioning. And the other ones that remain will be used or is being planned, taken forward for a petrochemical industry led by the Uganda National Oil Company. I think those are the 4 major areas I thought I should present to you in terms of progress. For ECOP, I just highlighted this because there are people who still dream. And I think they are in Alice the Wonderland that they can stop ECOP. ECOP is unstoppable. I thought I would say this because the progress is already far ahead as we speak today. For many Ugandans, because most of the activities start from the port coming this side. Because remember, we are given Tanga, but Tanga was just a bush. There's a port somewhere, the old port of Tanga, but the project was given, to say here on the coast. So you need to do all the facilities that you require to do on the port. Those facilities on the port are almost complete. And then the second is that then you do the land acquisition. You need the land acquisition for the whole pipeline. In Tanzania, 100%. In Uganda, I think we are close to 97%. As you know, Uganda's tenure, there is still a 3-4% of people that are being negotiated with. In terms of, then the other ones are the works to lay the pipeline. So what I wanted to show you that the pipelines have actually arrived for almost 300 to 500 kilometers of pipeline. They are already in Tanzania. There is a plant that this is a coating plant. It is already commissioned. When they arrive, there's some coating that is supposed to be done on them and further insulation before they are laid. So if someone is here confusing you that you will stop, maybe it's important for you to know that really the ground is completely different. The cat is out of the bag a long time. So in terms of progress, EACOP is moving very well. And the other pipelines are being, as you know, they are being done. Either they are in China or on the high seas for the rest of the pipelines to be laid. And the dredging and so on, the civil works have started. I thought I should say this, especially to our young people here. There's a lot of misinformation going around about our project. First of all, they say stop EACOP, but actually they are saying leave your oil underground. And I think it is part of the discussion we should have today, because the whole world is extracting their resources, and these people are coming here to confuse one or two of you and say, please go and say, let our oil remain underground. Yet, as the previous speaker said, we have not caused this climate crisis as Africa. The statistics show that almost 97% of those greenhouse emissions are from the West. 3% are from the whole of Africa. This project probably adds 0.001 to that discussion. So whoever comes to tell you, leave your oil underground and import from the rest of the world, I think you have a right to ask the intentions of that person. So part of the misinformation I thought it should be, one is I have been in conferences where I found someone presenting this map that EACOP is passing through Lake Victoria. And as you can see here, EACOP, you see it down here, it should have been shorter if we had done a straight line up to Tanga. But I think you can ask yourself why it is taking that longer curve, and the reasons are that it is trying to avoid natural resources like water and people and other sensitive areas. But people are presenting that it is passing through Lake Victoria, and so far it has killed almost 40 million people, blah, blah, blah. The second was this, by a full MP, that EACOP goes through 230 rivers. I think you saw those presentations by those people in the EU Parliament. I wanted to highlight this to inform your discussion today. There is a lot of misinformation about the project, and it has ignored all the good things the project has done. And therefore, it is the duty for all of you as patriots to take on these guys head on. The actual route is there. I've put it there just for you to compare and know the level of, and you see people running around, that it is passing through those areas. In terms of national content, what do we look at as a country? there are these 4 areas: employment of Ugandan citizens, capacity building, enterprise development, use of locally produced goods, and transfer of knowledge and technology. And for these, you can see them in real time. Because for employment of Ugandans, I think since 2012, first oil, up to now, as of now, we are clocking to around 14,000 people who are working in the industry. Those are youth, most of them. Most of them. I think the percentages for the old people are less than 5%. You guys, this is your industry, from the numbers we have from the sector. But out of those 14,000, almost 95% are Ugandans, because of that deliberate policy to require that priority is given to Ugandans in terms of employment. But where we do not have the capacity, we acknowledge that we are doing this project for the first time. There are people who have been doing this work all over. So we require those people, they come in, but we also require skills transfer so that there is a succession plan. Capacity building, many capacity building projects have been done, and part of them here at Makerere, many, you know, we have Uganda Petroleum Institute, where many of you have trained, but also we require on-job training by the companies. The scope of the companies, I think the gentleman here said the quality project and quality companies. We have very high-level, first-class companies. It would be an honor for some of you to just work and be associated with some of these Tier 1 contractors, because they have been in the industry for close to 50, 60 years. They have worked in the most difficult terrain, and we are proud to see that they are here. So we have Tier 1, who are the first tier contractors, and these are close to 320 now. Tier 2, almost 900, and then for Tier 3, who are contractors and subcontractors, close to 1,220. They all come in different categories, and many of them, especially on this green side, and some on the yellow side, are actually Ugandan companies. They say numbers don't lie. The numbers are here. You can see them yourselves. In terms of Ugandans trained, close to 13,000, and certified, including employees. Between 2017 to 2023, over 4,800 contracts valued at that were awarded. Now, in terms of technology transfers, those are the JVs that are around. As of December, close to 13,000, but employees, but now we are clocking, I think, 14,000 people who are working directly in the project. We have a national supplier database. This is where companies register to work. If you are an entrepreneur, as a young person, this is where you should look and see, so that you can register your company, and then that company can be able to work in the industry. The number of companies there registered are there, and there are programs now which are being done in order to build the companies. Total Energies has signed a contract with Industrial Enhancement Center. It's going to set up here in Kampala and in the region, and the purpose of that center will be to help SMEs, small companies, so that they can be able to go through the procurements, understand how the process works, and so on, and be able to participate. That's another area for, I think, people of your age that they can participate in. We have a tool called the National Oil and Gas Talent Register, and I encourage all of you to visit it and be able to register. The total number now, we have 9,245, and 7,213 are male, and 2,000 almost 2,000 are female. This National Oil and Gas Talent Register is where the other one, NSD, is for company. This one is for individuals. You apply and say, this is my skill in oil and gas. We require companies to go, in case they want work or they want workers, to go on that NOGTR and see whether they can get people. And we've seen very many companies going on and coming back and say, we have found required people. This is because whenever they come to ask for work permits, we have to answer the question of whether there is no Ugandan who is qualified. So we tell them to go to that place. So that one you should be able to register. What are some of the areas that the project has done that are direct for the youth? First of all, many of you, I think, have come. We facilitate you to go and see the project. We give you opportunity lectures and so on. Schlumberger, SLB, one of our contractors, has given these licenses to Makerere, listed there for purposes of enabling the student learn. And these other licenses which have been given, I've listed them there. These are some of the CSR really activities down that some of the companies have done, and the list is non-exhaustive. So we have specific internship programs that have been done for students. We now run an annual expo, youth expo, skills expo, in collaboration with universities. The last one was done at the International East African University in Kansanga, where we bring teachers, universities, and other people offering teaching services for oil and gas. We bring the employers and the students or the youth in one hall and let you have a conversation. That skills expo. And then leadership, technical and financial support. And then student sponsorship at different levels. As you can see, Total has done very well in this area in support of this. And also, I think they spoke about the medical facility that was given. So, the energy transition, what is it? I think Mr. NY is here. I will not go very deep in it. I will give it to you in the context of our perspective, Uganda. It's a global campaign to reduce use of fossil fuels, specifically. And the West, if I say, is leading the debate with a net zero, with an ambitious net zero carbon emission by 2050. France and UK already pledged to go fully electric cars and so on and so forth. But basically this transition, what has been our reaction? For us as Uganda, as a new country, we've asked for, or we assert that the energy transition debate is a fair debate, but it should be just and equitable. Our view, which we've taken to COP28, is that even if you phase out fossil fuels, we should use the principle of first in, first out. Because there's an acknowledgement that for you to transition, you will still need fossil fuel. So if someone is telling you we are in 2024, we shall transition in 2050, but between now and 2050, you still need fossil fuel, but he's still producing. So our position is that for you who started to produce first, please first abandon for us, and then we shall also come out last. In terms of COP28, there have been financial commitments around this area, which I thought I should highlight for you. Why? Because all these pillars have been committed to as part of the energy transition. There are some very good activities there. that if you got interested in these areas, they are being sponsored and so on. Not all, the whole debate is unjust really, because some of them are issues like removal of plastics, afforestation, and so on. And that discussion, in our view, is a good discussion, which I think as youth, you should be able to participate in. So for our plan, Uganda, in terms of the energy transition, we launched in the last COP28 the energy transition plan, and that plan is based on 3 pillars. One, it is based on the fact that we are going to sustainably develop our oil and gas resources. And we are going to develop them using a decarbonization plan, using the latest technology to make sure that their emissions at the lowest level. And as such, the projects are being developed very carefully, having done the environmental, social impact studies. In terms of the technology, we have required many aspects. For example, no flaring by law. For example, use of solar in the project, what is called solarization. For example, the rigs which are being used now are silent rigs in order to avoid noise. Water reinjection processes, and so many other environmentally friendly technology that are being used to make sure that the project is at the lowest emission. It has gone through third-party audits by international organizations, and it has passed all those audits. So that's the first item, to say we shall develop our resources in a responsible manner. And that's how we are taking forward the project. The second is that we have minerals, critical minerals, which we can develop, which are needed for this energy transition debate. And again, those can be looked at in detail. And the third, the resources we get from oil, the resources we get from the minerals, we invest them in clean energy in order to guarantee energy access, so that all of us, as you know, we are very energy poor. Not all of us are accessing energy, but also the major problem here in Uganda is deforestation, because we are using charcoal to cook and we are cutting all our trees. So the projects we are now developing, one, they are supposed to give us LPG. When they give us LPG, we should be able to stop the cutting or reduce the cutting of trees, because we have alternative means of cooking. The second is that then we are going to focus on areas of afforestation and looking after our environment using the resources that we have. And then lastly, we focus on items like solar and hydropower for purposes of for purposes of access. That is basically the major pillar. I see my time is running out for the energy discussion. It is, energy transition in our country. That's how we are looking at it. We are looking at it that it has to move hand in hand with the oil and gas sector, because we need the money that comes out of oil to invest in this discussion. I think that is the summary that I had. And in short, our population requires accelerated development. We need the money. No one should tell you to conserve poverty. They are coming in using different words, but basically, they know you got your oil. We are not a very rich country. They want you to leave the oil underground so that we remain poor. So the first is, we need the money. There's no question about that. We need the jobs. There's no question about it. But we need to protect our environment. And then the second is the need to merge economic development and climate action in order to achieve a true and just energy transition. America's energy problem Europe's energy problem is not the same as yours. Ask them. When there was a war in Europe, in Ukraine, all of them were moving away from fossil fuel. But when the war broke out and the Russian gas was closed, you all saw what happened. Energy security became a national issue in Europe. Some of them started even the coal plants. They restarted coal plants. Why? Because there was what you call a minimum, because people need to live. They cannot die in the cold. The same with us. Our irreducible minimum is that we are poor. We need to get this resource out in a sustainable manner in order to be able to develop. And then the proceeds from the fund to renewable energy. And the mineral sector will be critical to support the energy transition. Thank you very much for listening to me.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ali Sekatawa. I hope the youth were attentive to what he highlighted, the various opportunities for you therein, the jobs on the National Oil and Gas Talent Registrar, the place where you can register your businesses, and the expo, the internships, the graduate trainees. So I hope the youth were really listening. Next, we are going to have energy masterclasses. At this juncture, allow me to introduce to you our speakers. Mr. Nje Ayuk is an attorney, author, and businessman with over 20 years of experience in the industry. He concentrates on structuring local content, documentation, and negotiation of oil, gas, and petroleum negotiations, including acquisitions, divestitures, joint ventures, project development, and financing. He has gained valuable experience over the years from the places he has worked. He has served as the country manager for Vanco Exploration Company, now Pan Atlantic, where he established and managed key relationships between the oil company, the Ministry of Mines, Industry and Energy, GE Petro, Sonagas, and other entities. This eventually led to him to establish the Centurion Law Group, a Pan-African law firm that operates in energy, financial, and extractive sectors. He works with the Global Shepherds community of the World Economic Forum, which is a network of hubs developed and led by young people like you here today. Ayuk is currently the executive chairman of the African Energy Chamber, whereby under his leadership, the Chamber has advocated for increased access to electricity and clean cooking technologies across Africa. Today, he is recognized as a key player in the African energy sector. His achievements have earned him recognition. For instance, in 2023, he was named one of the most reputable Africans by the Reputation Poll International. The Oil and Gas Year publication also recognized him as a savvy deal maker and major asset. Nje Ayuk remains a significant figure in the industry, known for his expertise and dedication to advancing the energy sector in Africa. Join me to invite him to give us the first masterclass.
Thank you. Good morning. Why are you guys sitting on your phones? Good morning. If it was my class, I'd throw you out. It is so great to be in Kampala. It is so great to be at this august institution. I remember many years ago, I was like many of you, very confused, didn't really know if I would get out of class, if I would get a job. But also I didn't go to class. Let's be honest, how many of you show up in class every day? Put your hand up. I like Uganda. You're very honest students at this university. Don't worry, she's looking at me. She's not looking at you, okay? I didn't show up. So when you don't go to class, you know what happens? You end up being a lawyer, right? You don't get in this institute. This is for smart people. So if there's smart people, and what happens when you become a lawyer? You create trouble, right? You don't? I want to really have a good discussions with you. Youth in energy transition. That means that our young people are going to drive the future. You at this institution, you are going to drive the future. And I listen to my good brother and friend Ali, Marc Antoine. They have really nice ideas about what the future is. But let's start from the basic. You are 18, you're 20, you're 21. It's about jobs. It's about opportunities. It's about energy. And when we start talking about jobs, about opportunities, and about energy, we, or you young people sitting in here, you're asking yourself, is the energy industry really cool? I don't think so. We've not made it cool because more young people want to work for Google or Amazon, not for Exxon or Chevron. You could work for Total Energies, they're okay. But that is what we need to do. And we at the chamber, what I say is that let's make energy hip again. Because let's start with a basic premise. What is energy? Energy comes out of the Greek word energia. The Greek word energia meant movement. Movement. That is what built Western societies, because movement drove industry. Movement drove people. Movement moved people from one area in where they live to another area. Movement moved people from the suburbs, the villages, into the big cities like Kampala. It's about movement. And when you start thinking about movement, that is energy. That is life. And when you move, that is life. And you can be those drivers, because in a country where the majority is young people, now you ask yourself the next question. How can we, I keep saying we young people, like as if I'm young. I'm 44 years old, I'm gone. But how can you young people really drive that with energy? It comes with innovation. And that innovation comes from where you're looking at, as Ali talked about, SLB providing all these data sets and tech centers around here. Embrace it. Don't run away from it, because technology is going to drive that. Technology is going to move that future. More of you are so connected. Now, Marc Antoine and Ali, they kind of provided two divergent views on when we talk about our energy transition, and that within the African continent. It is true. But let me step back a minute. 600 million Africans do not have access to electricity. 900 million do not have access to clean cooking technologies. Most of them women. That is not just access issue. That is a human rights issue. It is not acceptable in 2024 that we would have a continent that the majority of people, women, 900 million, cannot have access to clean cooking technologies. That is the human rights issue of our time. And that's why we implore you to say, as you drive up technologies, as you look at energy, you get with what we call all of the above energy strategy. I'm not so smart. I wasn't a good student. But what does all of the above mean? Professor, when you give that exam, A, this, B, C, D, I was up partying the night before class. So I get to the exam room, I look at the entire list, I said, I don't know which one is right. Then there's the last one, she says E, all of the above. I'm like, yeah, it must be correct, all of the above. You're all right, okay? Don't do that, you'll fail. You won't get out of Makerere. I tried, I got out of college, so you can't be successful. But let's just be honest. All of the above, what does that mean? You use oil, you use natural gas, you use coal, you use renewables, you use everything to get yourself out of this bad situation. Can't tell me that you have natural resources you can't use because some young girl in, where is she from? Norway or Sweden, she's crying on TV and all of that. What about the young girls here in Uganda? Don't they matter? What about the young girls in this country that don't have access to jobs, don't have access to food, don't have access to energy? That they are getting up every day, they're watching their parents having to work, they're watching their parents coming back and thinking, how am I going to get class the next day? That is our requirement. That is an African requirement. That is a Ugandan issue. And that's where your voices really matter, because you got to make your voices heard. You got to let your light up. It's like, you know, you all go to Sunday school, you got that song, this little light of mine, I'm going to let it shine. Why are you going to put it under a bushel? You got to light it up. And you really drive up energy for this country. There are some people that say, well, you know, where you see young people, what should they do? Well, first thing, you're doing the right thing. You're here at Makerere. You're getting that education. You're getting that experience. You live in a country that was liberated, got its independence, fought to get where it is. Do you realize that your founding fathers did all of that? Didn't have email, didn't have cell phones, didn't have internet, no WhatsApp, nothing. But they defended your sovereignty. They drove up to ensure that this country becomes the beacon of Africa. Here you are today, sitting in this beautiful classroom. No bombs going up. 2 emails. What do you guys have today? Instagram, Snapchat, TikTok, WhatsApp, Facebook. And you all came meet together, and you got some little ones running out here saying, stop EACOP, and you all can confront them on social media, but you spend your time insulting one another and showing all photos. That is what you need to do, because when they come out, they put in, and they try to demonize those that are really investing. I was looking at Ali's presentation, and you talk about a master class. That was the real master class, because this man is putting $5 billion these people are spending on one project, $2 to $3 billion on another project, another $4 billion on another project. I didn't do math. I will end up being a lawyer, but if my bad math tells me that's somewhere around $10 to $11 billion they put in this country, that is one of the biggest investments your country would see. How many NGOs have put $11 billion in this country? So if there's a guy who has a business model that tells you, you know what, you guys know what an NGO is? It says non-governmental organization. I call it non-profit organization. I like money. I don't know about you. I don't understand someone who doesn't like money. Yes, you could laugh. I was broke when I grew up. My mama was broke. She didn't have, we were so poor, they didn't even describe our poverty by saying poor. They call it PO, P-O. Because or means you had an option. They took out the OR. So when I get a chance to make money, please make money. And you shouldn't apologize to anybody for trying to make money with the energy industry, because it is cool. You don't owe anybody an apology. So when you see these guys from Total Energies, McDermott, Sinok, and Linda right here, you should look at Linda and say, you want to bam bam? You want to chill with the big boys. I want to do that, because that is what the energy industry means. I tell you, it is taking people from nothing to something. Western civilization was built on energy, and that's why we became so envious of Western civilization. We want to move in, we want to be in. You talk about you want to bam bam, you want to chill like the big boys. Marc Antoine, we want to be like you guys. Okay? We want to have railways. We want to have clean streets. We want to have roads. We don't want our young people finishing from Makerere and thinking that the only place they need to go is to cross the Mediterranean to try to get to European strips. That they can find good jobs right here at home. That they can build families right here, because the family is the basic unit of every community. We don't want our young people saying, oh, I'm just going to head out to Dubai and get mistreated, or I'm going to try to find a way to go to Asia because I'm looking for opportunities. There's so much opportunities right here. So we want to be able to drive that. And this is where you come in. This is where your voices come in. This is where it starts with your education. You driving that. You backing up the companies. Don't try to let somebody come here tell you, oh, these oil companies and everything. Since when do we have a problem with people who want to put money in our societies? They try to act like that. No, that's not our problem. Well, if you, Mr. Ayuk, this I saw on the internet, one of the journalists asked me, you're going to Uganda? I said, yes, I am. Uganda looks to be a very, very, very pro-oil companies. Total Energies is destroying the country. And they are killing people out there, and that oil in Uganda is not going to amount for nothing. I say, yes. Why don't you go there and message you should tell them is that they should stop EACOP and they should stop oil. I said, okay, I'll do that. What else? And he said, when you do that, would you send me a video? I said, yes, I would send you a video. Okay. For this very beautiful journalist, my message to Uganda is don't stop. Don't stop. Keep producing. Keep drilling. Keep finding that. Well, if you don't stop in Uganda, this project is going to be Armageddon. This is the end of the world. The world is going to end. Ali made it very clear. 2.73% greenhouse gas emissions in Africa. I mean, I'm a fat kid. It's like going to... They have 97% of the problem. It's like I'm coming to class, you tell the fat kid in class, keep eating, and then the skinny kid, stop eating. Since when have you seen that? If we, the fat guys, we got an obesity problem. We need to lose weight. So Marc Antoine, you need to lose weight. You need to decarbonize so Uganda can industrialize and they can have jobs. So when we look at this, we see Marc Antoine is guilty for everything they do, all right? So you just blame it on him. But I put it this way. I said Uganda is going to create the world's problem. 2.73% all of Africa. 2.73%. If you take out South Africa and Egypt, the entire Africa is 0.5%. How does 0.5% of the problem becomes the person that has to fix it? It doesn't make sense to me. They get this one called Bill McKibben and say, well, young people in Uganda, we need to stop and looking at the energy thing. But there's a very wealthy country in North America. I love it. It gave me a great education. They're producing 13.1 million barrels a day. If you look at what you're going to have here in this country, Ali put it very clear. 40,000 barrels, 190,000 on another project. I'm very bad at math, but I think if I'm correct, 230,000. That 230,000 is 1.8% of American production. And you say 1.8% of American production would destroy the world? I'm not a science student, but that doesn't make sense to me. It tells me something else. But it also says we cannot just stand back and look at problems and blame. We have to change our ways too. We need to push our governments, because for us to be able to get a just energy transition, young people in the industry, we need to create those enabling environments so that everybody, young Ugandans, can get in this industry and really do well. We need to also recognize that women are going to drive our countries and our industries of the future. So how we integrate women, I'm not happy, Ali, with those numbers where you have on the national registration where you have 2,000 female, 7,000. If you get in a population where we need to encourage that, we need to encourage the work companies like Total Energies, McDermott, they're already doing on driving STEM education. We need to put more money in that. And those drivers, those key pillars, when we start doing that, then we start seeing the numbers come up. Then we start seeing an African girl having the same kind of opportunities and like a girl in Europe. An African girl shouldn't have to stop studying at 5 or 6 o'clock because they don't have access. They should go on to 7, 8, 9 o'clock and even play because science is driving them. Energy access is there. If we don't have electricity in this continent, then we are still going to be the continent that is behind because innovation goes away, science goes away, productivity is reduced for everywhere, every segment, but you have a responsibility. It's not going to be important for you to just sit here and complain every day. That's what energy means. Energy means you get on that Twitter. Don't use it to curse your friends out. When they come with misinformation, you come right back with facts. Contact the ECOP office. Go on their website. They have all the facts. Before I came here last year, Ali, I heard all these things. I realized that 95% of settlements have been paid, but nobody wants to talk about those things. They say, well, you know, this guy's building things under Lake Victoria. Wrong. You don't have to use me to say that. I got 1 million Instagram followers. I'm so proud of that. My daughter tells me, like, Daddy, you cool. 1 million. But then you have to use it to really drive some things to really go, because that is your job. That is what education means. One, you get a job in energy. I think the energy industry is so cool. So much opportunities, whether it is finance. I mean, they even had Linda. Think about it. She's so smart. And she's there. You can work in finance, you can work in communications, you can work in engineering, you could work in geology. And if you want to change the world, be a geologist, because you have to think so much about what's the next future and everything. And our transition, an African transition, can only be written by you. And I am going to be on the panel. I'm going to answer all your questions. And if you really want to change the world, if you really want to change Africa, really get involved in energy, be a voice for our transition. Be a voice, not just an energy transition, but a just energy transition. Because Ali's numbers, I like Ali, but his numbers were a little bit wrong. His numbers were wrong. Ali, you need to correct that thing. He talked about COP28. I don't even think about COP28. Think about 2009, they promised every African country $100 billion. Think about it, $100 billion. Said, we're going to give you $100 billion if you guys start living this on. What do we Africans do? We had $100 billion. This is not shillings, we had $1 billion. We said, whoa, this is beautiful. We signed up everything. We went to Paris, we signed the Paris Agreement and everything. I think the real Paris Agreement is what we had last month, our Paris Declaration. That is the real Paris Agreement. But we did that. What happened? We haven't seen nothing. They haven't paid. So what if you tell me that you made all these promises to Africa? They haven't paid. So they're not owing $87 billion. They're owing $1.3 trillion. They haven't paid. So if you haven't paid, why are you telling me that I should leave what I have to take care of myself? So I'm going to be able to build bridges and roads and build schools and build opportunities to wait for your aid? To wait for your aid? We cannot beg all the time. You can't beg yourself to prosperity. And that's what you young people have to know, because aid, and I always say non-profit organization, the guy has a business model for no profit. So we're not going to beg ourselves to prosperity. We are going to build ourselves up to prosperity. We're not going to rely on someone telling us that climate is it's the problem. We're victims. So we know we need our resources to get out of this stuff. You created the problem, we'll fix it. But if you want to fix it, it's not going to be your own way, it's going to be the Ugandan way. So the Ugandan way of fixing the climate problem is that we would use Ugandan resources, empower Ugandans, bring in companies. Total Energies, this project doesn't belong to them. It's a Ugandan project. Total Energies is a contractor. But Ugandans are so smart, they set up these contracts really well and say, well, if you're going to be a contractor, you're going to bring in the money to do the work because I'm not giving you any money. So that's the way it is. So don't go into all this complex nature. The project is owned by Ugandans. The oil is owned by Ugandans. They're bringing contractors like McDermott and all of them to say, you will have to bring in the money, you bring in the technology, you partner, work with this beautiful country, but you got to make sure our people have it. And that's why I keep saying, young people, get yourself in those energy centers. Get yourself that training, because that is the future. But also speak up, speak out. Don't let people okey-doke you or bamboozle you with fake information while your country is being held behind. If they tell you you need to leave it in the ground, okay, you start first. It's like I was in Paris last month. I went to the Champs-Élysées, and somebody tells you right up at the Champs-Élysées and say, jump. When you get down, you're going to be okay. I'm not that stupid. You jump first. Let me see what happens to you. Then if you jump from the Champs-Élysées and you fall right down and you're okay, then I might try. Let them stop first. Let them stop today. Shut down Europe. Shut down America. Let it be all darkness. Then if we see that their life in darkness is good, we will join them. But we don't have anything. We have to build. So keep building. Keep driving. Don't stop. Build Uganda. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Nje Ayuk. I remember while I was a student, I attended class, but I didn't pay attention. I was always on my phone. So for the youth present here today, if I can remind you, he said, do not be afraid trying to make money in the energy sector. Be vigorous at it and go forth for what you want. Second, he told us as Ugandans not to stop the EA COP because it is not our fault that the green emissions happening in the world. Three, most of us, the youth here, are on social media, and we try to build big followings. Use those platforms to create advocacy for the climate change for the energy sector. Our next speaker is Mr. Mark Anthony Ayalmazega. Mr. Mark Anthony Ayalmazega is an international relations expert, an energy specialist with a strong academic background. He holds a PhD from Sciences Po Paris in international relations, where he based his thesis on Ukraine's gas policies. Mark Anthony has also published numerous papers and reviews on energy policy, climate governance, and geopolitics, among others. He is currently the director of IFRI's Center for Energy and Climate. Before joining IFRI, he spent 6 years at the International Energy Agency, notably as Russia and South Sub-Saharan Africa Program Manager, where he conducted oil and gas market analysis and was responsible for institutional relations with these countries and regions. He also held various positions, such as the Robert Schuman Foundation, where he was in charge of a Ukraine observatory. He's fluent in English, French, German, and Russian, with excellent written and oral interpersonal skills gained from his experience in working on political issues at high level in challenging environments. He is commended for his strong expertise in the global energy market developments, global environment, climate governance, European energy, climate policies, gas and electricity markets. Join me in a hand of applause to welcome our next speaker.
Thank you again for this fantastic introduction, and it's going to be hard to keep you away from your phone now that NJ has made such a brilliant speech. So what I'll try to do is try to outline, so now that you have this ambition, that you have now the situation of extraordinary dynamism that is created by these oil project developments, well, how do you deliver a long time, and how do you build on this extraordinary opportunity and unleash the development opportunities this brings? So first of all, NG said energy, working in energy is cool. I cannot but agree. But it's not only energy, it's also mining. And Uganda has not only oil resources, I think it's blessed with some very strong mineral deposits. And clearly, if I look at Africa today, yes, there is oil, yes, there is gas, but all in all, if you look at the entire continent, no matter if you develop this project and you are developing it, the trend is still that you have a slow decline in oil and gas production, maybe a pickup of gas, but all in all, the hydrocarbons, the golden years are behind us in Africa. And but now there is also an opportunity to open up the golden years of mining. And here, I must say that the African continent is endowed with the best resources in the world. It's extraordinary. You have everything you need, and everything the world will need is here. And of course in Sub-Saharan Africa, but also in Uganda. And so mining is also equally cool, and a lot of the jobs that you can find in hydrocarbons, you will also be able also to use them for the mining industry. And then overall, there is infrastructure. And if I look at what really led the development, say, of Europe, for example, well, it was, of course, the fossil fuels and the hydrocarbons. Of course, it was the mining of coal and the coal plants, and up actually until the 60s and 70s of the previous century. But it was also infrastructure, a lot of infrastructure, and that is absolutely key, especially, and you know it better than anyone, as you are a landlocked country. And then it is market integration. Very, very important. Because as many Ugandans you are, 46, 47, 8 million, you know, in the world, in Africa, it's just a drop. Let's face it. And there's many, many, many countries. And if in each country you have specific regulations, specific rules, specific tariffs at the borders, specific ways of conducting business, well, that is, in my view, and the experience from what we saw actually in Europe, but also what we see in Southeast Asia, etc., is the more you integrate markets, the more you bring down those trade barriers, the more you build infrastructure across countries, be it roads, ports, railroads, electricity, oil, gas, you name it. Of course, the better the chances for an accelerated development. So I think my first message will certainly be, now you have a dynamism that has been unleashed with the oil project, but those 12,000 local jobs, they will not remain over the next 30 years. They will slightly go down, and then you have to build on that to bring these jobs and continue on other projects. And so my message is work on regional integration and work on developing infrastructures and do the same developments that you are doing in oil, also with your critical mineral deposits and all this potential. I think this is very important and very promising for the future. My second message is certainly that oil is clearly a change for this country. It's an extraordinary opportunity. But let's face it, we are, and I'm telling you this, I see it with my own country, it is a global competition now. So that is that global investments are key to drive development, right? And we saw it here. But if you want to continue attracting global investments, Well, you have to integrate, you have to build a scale, you have to have a very predictable regulation, very predictable and reliable institutions, independent regulations, so that the rules are clear. Don't put the taxes, don't put the fiscal pressure too low in order to attract investors. That is a bad idea. What you need is to say from the outset, we want high returns for our country, and in return, what we offer is predictability, stability, good infrastructure, well-skilled people, and basically a strong guarantee that the investment will succeed. And I think that is very important. And so where this leads me to is to say you need to have a long-term plan, a very comprehensive long-term plan that builds on energy, that builds on economy and development, and that builds, of course, on infrastructure and the overall build-out of these arteries of the economy. And so I was very, very pleased to read about Vision 2040 that has been developed, about the national development plans that are developed on a 5-year basis to reach the objectives of this Vision 2040 for modern and developed, prosperous Uganda. And I think that really goes into the right direction. This is exactly what is needed. But in order to make sure that this is the most effective possible, I think what is required is that you have a constant monitoring of, what are the objectives? Do we need to change the objective, to shift them a little bit? I was interested in your points about the future electricity system of Uganda that builds on, everything that is sound, low carbon, that is hydro, that is solar, that is geothermal. Well, that makes a lot of sense. And you need to adapt. Maybe 10 years ago, you would say that, I have to go very big on nuclear. That's a long-term possibility I want to reach. But maybe meanwhile, solar panel costs have gone so low. Meanwhile, we have tools to make grids more flexible. Meanwhile, we have tools to make grids smarter. So you need to always have this plan being adapted to the new opportunities, to the new realities, and that requires an inclusive approach to that. So what is really, I think, important is that there is a constant discussion, that there is a constant review of all that. And why is this plan also so important? Because as a global investor, if you're looking for 5 countries in the world to locate a major, say $1 billion investment into a factory and an industry, well, then you will want to know, where is this country going over the next 25 years? Because my investment will be there for 25 years. So what you want to know is, of course, the regulation, the fiscal environment, the political stability, but you also want to know what is going to be the energy supply. Is it going to be reliable? Where are the emissions going? Up, down, nobody knows. And all that is extraordinarily important. And then, of course, lastly, you will want to make sure that where you locate the investment, of course, you have a consumer market, but also that you have the people at the right level, with the right skills that will be able to work in your industry. Hence why having such plans and constantly working on them, monitoring, evaluating them, and showing that you know where you're going is, I think, fundamentally important. And so I was very, very pleased when Uganda and the International Energy Agency, which is based in Paris, which is an international organization that helps countries think about their long-term strategy and brings peers to look into what you're doing, shares experience and best practices on these energy policies going forward. Well, I was very pleased to see that there was a common report last year published about Uganda's energy policies, and I think that is a key milestone in building up this vision and this strategy for the long term. I think beyond oil, and why beyond oil? Because again, it is, in my view, one of the aspects, but the story doesn't end there, and it cannot end there, because this is an opportunity to live up. And so what is really new is, I think, how sharply the cost of deploying new solar have gone down, and what new technologies are coming to the grid to ensure some flexibility. And these technologies are no more for the very rich, like for the Swiss or the Germans or you name it. No, I think they are now available for everyone. Now, in your country, what is extraordinary is that you do not have a supply challenge. You have a grid and energy access challenge. And what I see here is always this chicken and egg situation that you see in many countries, which is because you have a small pool of customers with huge investments and huge operating costs that you require, well, then the tariffs are very high. And because tariffs are very high, not so many people are eager to try to connect. And because the tariffs are very high, you are reluctant to expand the grid and reach out to new customers. And so it's a kind of chicken and egg situation. And obviously, looking into the wider experiences in the region and beyond, notably in Southeast Asia, I think what is very clear is A, the vision, the plan, B, the trust in the institutions, in the companies, and in the fact that basically, yes, building out the network will basically comes at a cost, but these costs, and I'm looking into South Africa, for example, the example of South Africa, well, it is of course always the weak point, the grid, because nobody wants to pay the grid development costs. Nonetheless, these are the backbone of improving electricity access, reliable, scalable, etc. And so what is very clear is that today there are tools to help develop, finance these grids, and I think they should be used. And talking about energy access, which you very rightly pointed to, I mean, the good news here again is that all the technologies are available. We have everything, the small solar systems, the pay-as-you-go systems, and for cooking we have the LPG, we have the high-pressure cookers. I mean, everything's there. And in Uganda there's good progress, in Kenya there's good progress. We just had a summit in Paris on these issues where once more the attention was put on this fundamental inequality and injustice. And as you say, yes, it's a fundamental human right issue. Why are there countries that actually progress? Well, because there's political will, because there's a plan, and because there's trust in the operators, and then it works. So with that being said, let me also turn to some of the risks that I see and why I think it's very important to hedge your bet and to diversify. I think number one risk is, of course, that every country in the world that has oil resources is facing the volatility of oil markets and oil prices, right? That is very clear. So when you're lucky, you have high prices, but we all know that there's never been a period of 25 years of high prices. So all that is volatile. It depends on various market factors on which typically you do not have any grip. So revenues might be high, they might be lower. So again, don't put all the eggs into that basket and continue diversifying the economy, building out other industrial sectors, other resources, and of course, insisting always on the local content. The risk number two is, of course, climate change. We have to discuss this in your country where a lot of the GDP relies on agricultural production and where actually a lot of the electricity supply comes from hydro, which is fantastic because it's low carbon, because it's domestic. But the problem is, like in Brazil, like in Europe, like in Turkey, like in China, like everywhere, you will increasingly face uncertainties over the availability of water resources. So what do we mean by hedging these risks? I think one way of doing that is, of course, to try to diversify your electricity mix. So go out for more solar. You have some good thermal assets, thermal generation assets that makes a lot of sense. Bring out some batteries. And for the agriculture, work on, crops that can sustain often some some harsh weather, maybe with less or more water. I think that is very important. Diversify the food and fertilizers that are being used, and of course the food crops that are being grown. I think these are some of the key aspects. But last but not least, what I've observed into many countries like yours who have developed their oil and gas resources is that sometimes, or in too many cases, they haven't built up the fiscal buffers to cope for rainy days. And that is, I think, very important. That is, to say it differently, that is certainly part of the oil and gas revenues should be put aside to cope for, geopolitical shocks, geoeconomic shocks, climate shocks, because when they occur, you are on your own first. And it is very fast that you can destabilize all what you've built up because of a sudden challenge in the external or internal environment. And so I was very interested in the development of the Petroleum Fund here. I'm not aware exactly of what is being planned and thought about, but I think it is extraordinarily important to have some resources on the side, well invested, that can be tapped into for the more difficult times that occur. And if I look at the last 5 years, unfortunately, the world has been full of shocks nobody has predicted, and it is already clear that there will be many more. And the last point, and that is an encouragement to continue working with the high-quality, high-performing companies that you have here around the table. They are not only able to deliver well on oil production, they can do many more things. And this is also one of the interesting reasons why it's no more Total, but Total Energies. So if you allow a little bit of advertisement, once this goes smoothly forward, I think there should be many more opportunities also to consider further investments into further projects in other sectors, all related to energy or the environment. And that is something that will come up increasingly, which is the nature-based solutions. What do we mean by that? We know that we are very late in decarbonizing the world. We know that apart from Europe, the rest of the world is not reducing its greenhouse gas emissions. The rest of the developed world, the China, Russia, the Middle East, etc. So we are all running very late, hence why these nature-based solutions will be increasingly needed. And in a country where you have the opportunity to increase, for example, your forest cover from something like 13 to 15% of the territory right now to well over 20%, where you have so many extraordinary biodiversity ecosystems, well, there's also a lot of resources that can be tapped. And at COP, there is the so-called Article 6 negotiations that are very complicated, but basically their principle is the following. Governments and countries across the world will be able to invest into reducing greenhouse gas emissions in other countries and partly book these avoided emissions onto their books and basically equally share that with the host country for these investments. And so I think that will also open huge opportunities. It comes with a lot of complicated negotiations to avoid double counting and to make sure that the projects that are being developed are really leading to, in a sustained manner, to greenhouse gas emission reductions. But I think that is also very important for all of you to consider. And so with that, I'd like to stop here. And my message to you is it's extraordinary, and you mentioned it, NJ, how digitalized you have been, and in a way you've, in many senses, surpassed what we have in our generations in Europe. Mobile money, etc. We are lagging behind all that. So also use that as much as possible to basically get to know what's happening outside of Uganda, outside of Africa, follow the good examples, the great projects that are being developed elsewhere, learn from all that, and just bring the best down here. And the future is not only about oil, it's decisively about electricity. In this country, electricity represents maybe well below 5% of the energy consumption that you have, which is largely driven still by biomass and fossil fuels. Now, ramp up electricity, build on electricity, especially if it's low carbon, and you will be able also to invest into the digital sectors. I mean, clearly what is driving value, employment, is everything related to the digital sectors. And what we see in our countries in Europe, or in the United States, or in Asia, is that the bottlenecks are because there's a lack of electricity to power all these systems. Well, here, you have excess electricity if you further build out your system. So clearly, there's a fantastic opportunity also in there. So I stop here. Thank you very much, and I look forward to good discussions.
Thank you so much, Mr. Marc-Antoine. That was a good presentation. I wish the Commissioner General URA was here to hear you say that we should avoid tax holidays for investors. The next is going to be 2 panel sessions. The panel sessions will be moderated by Ms. Eva Mpalampa. She is the head of oil and gas, commercial banking, Stanbic Bank. Because we started a bit late, I will request that the panel sessions take a bit less than an hour, maybe 40 minutes each, to allow some questions so that we manage our time.
A very good morning to you all. As she did introduce me, my name is Eva Mpalampa. I am a youth myself, so I'm very excited. I hear people laughing. I'm excited to moderate this panel for this specific topic, youth in energy. And I'd like to welcome my panelists, and if you could, give them a brief round of applause as I read them up. I'd like to welcome back our speaker, Mr. NJ Ayuk, Executive Chairman, African Energy Chamber. I'd like to welcome Sheikh Omar Diallo, Leader, Task Force Communication, a Port Parole Day Project. I hope I say that well. I'd like to welcome Humphrey Asimwe, Chief Executive Officer, Uganda Chamber of Mines and Petroleum. And I'd like to welcome Ramla Nantongo, Graduate Trainee, Production Engineer at PAU. Round of applause. A round of applause for our panelists. Great. So, I have the honor to have a brief discussion on defining the role of youth in energy and transition. And yes, I hope I do get to ask a few of the questions that are on your mind, but I'll ask the panelists maybe just one question, and then for you in the crowd, maybe I'll just take about 3 or so. And Ayuk, Mr. NJ, NJ or Ayuk, what? Okay, we'll start with you, sir. Thank you for the fantastic presentation earlier today. But something caught my mind, and I hope you could touch briefly on it. You said, let's make energy hip again, which was very interesting. I think the youth in this room, like myself and you, will like the word hip. So the question is, how can the youth actively make energy hip again? I know you touched on it briefly, but what exactly can they do to make energy hip again?
Thank you. I think these are a lot of science students here. They said we should listen to our phone, and I was listening to, this morning, I was listening to Rihanna, you know, and don't laugh. Rihanna has a nice song, Umbrella. Ella, and you talk about his Sean don't sign forever, right? So Mark talked about solar and youth and energy, but the sun don't shine forever, all right? So you could make energy hip again by discovering that base load energy that you need. And energy hip again, you got to make money. Let's just be honest, okay? So we have these 600 million that don't have access to electricity. How are you going to really get them the right kind of electricity? And how are you going to do that? But we need to take energy innovations, tech, science, and really drive it. Do you realize that our cell phone, it's an innovation. It's a tech innovation. It's really so cool. So if you're going to design solar panels today, for example, you make it cool. Don't just, I mean, look at the things, they're so ugly. You know, I don't like solar, but they're so, just make it nice, craft it, get us really involved in it. But the energy systems are huge. And what is really going to drive us making it hip again is really starting, number one, we have a lot of work to do. I think, and I'm very critical of the energy industry for this, we have not let our light shine. We have not talked about what energy means. We have accepted and tolerated the demonization of energy. So if we want to make energy hip again, we need to start working on the demonization of energy. It has happened so much where you just demonize. Who wants to work with the devil? So if you mention the energy industry, we're like, oh, they're the devil, they're bad. But guess what? You can't move without energy. During COVID, your plastics, it's energy. Your syringes is energy. Your hospitals are energy. Everything that we have, our clothes, everything we do in our lives is with energy. If you just demonize that, then you're demonizing life. You're demonizing humanity. So we need to stop the demonization. We need to embrace what energy means. Do you know the demonization of energy has gotten so bad that they say, oh, you know, if you don't need to eat meat, because if you eat meat, it's going to create a problem, climate problem. I mean, I love me to get me a steak and bite the heck out of it. So I really believe that when we stop the demonization, young people get in, young people bring it in there. But the energy industry has also done one bad thing, and I'm happy Total Energies did put this together. We need to attract more young people. Because the problem is that the old white males that really built the energy industry, they are retiring. They're moving on. They're in their 70s and 80s. So that knowledge transfer, it has to go down to young people that are majority women, young males, to come in and carry on this really fashionable industry to drive it forward. So transfer of knowledge, Ali, is so important, and we need to really ensure that PAU holds companies accountable to really ensure that. So you start by making it hip by that, because if we don't do that, we would have an industry where there is a big skills gap. And that skills gap and that skills shortage, it's going to make it boring. And guess what? Oil people or energy people, they're the coolest. I do Africa Energy Week every year. Linda, can I tell you a secret? Oh, I wouldn't say it. We organize a concert, all right? And the best concert, which is kind of like Afro Nation. He didn't even know about Afro Nation. I told him this morning. Who knows Afro Nation? Imagine doing an Afro Nation for energy people in Cape Town. It rocks. It is wild. It is hip. So that's how we make energy cool again.
Excellent. Thank you. Thank you very much for that. And maybe just to connect it to the question, which I'd like to ask you, Sheikh Omar. He talked about information and awareness. just to speak about energy transition. Would you like to tell us what you're doing in Tilenga and on the ECOP camp specific around energy transition, just so that this room can know? Yeah.
So thank you, Evan. Definitely, it is very difficult to speak after NG, and congratulations, Mark and Anthony, for this. So regarding the decarbonization and regarding the transition, before maybe going and talking about Tilenga and ECOP, what I will say is that regarding this transition, it is not today a debate. We will have to go to the transition, and we have already started. All the government, and we can see this in Uganda, and it was mentioned by Ali, have started this. And as a company also, we have launched this process of energy transition. For example, we do invest as Total Energies in a yearly basis 4 billion USD, 4 to 6 billion USD, just in renewable energies worldwide.
Wow.
4 to 6 billion USD. And when we are saying 4 to 6 billion in energy, it can be a huge amount, but just take some African countries. You do have some African countries which national budget is under 6 billion USD per year. So we do invest more than a lot of countries and a lot of companies. So we do invest this, but to achieve what we call the energy transition, you have to invest first in new energies, renewable energies, and second, you have to decarbonize, if I can say that, your oil and gas project. And this is the second pillar. Regarding the oil and gas project, it has been evoked by Inge and Mark Anthony. We need oil, we need gas, definitely. We need this for some years. And why we need this? Because if you take the demand, the current demand for oil and gas, it is roughly 102 million barrels per day, roughly, today. And it is increasing with a rate of 1% or 2% per year. Okay, this means that till 2030, there will be an increase of the demand. Now, if you take the supply, you know, when you launch an oil and gas project, at the beginning, you don't produce the maximum, but you reach the maximum just 2 years or 3 years after the launch of this project. This means that if we launch this project by 25 in Uganda, by 27 or 28, we'll reach the plateau. We'll stay at this level maybe for 5, 6, 7 years. And after that, there will be a decrease. And it is not just for Uganda, it is for all the countries. And what is the consequence of this? The consequence of this is if you take today all the field in production, there is a natural decrease of 4% per year. It is a natural decrease of 4% per year of the production. It is natural. So face an increasing demand, you do have currently a decreasing supply. And if you don't invest in new oil and gas projects, what you will have? You will have an increasing gap between the demand and the supply. And what will be the consequences? Huge prices, shortages. And now, coming back to Uganda, if you don't launch this project, other countries will launch oil and gas projects.
Correct.
So, because we'll need to address this demand. So, when we say that we need to launch new oil and gas project, we should launch this, but with less GHG emission, greenhouse gas emission. Because the issue with the oil and gas project, it is roughly the consumption, that is to say the CO2 from the cars and so on, but also when you produce oil, you do have GHG. And what we take to measure this, we take the kilogram per barrel of GHG. For each barrel, you do produce or you do emit some kilo of GHG, of CO2. And in Africa, it is roughly 33 kilograms of CO2 per barrel. And it is a real important amount, like quantity in Africa. In some continents, you do have 5 or 8 kilograms per barrel in some continents. And for Tilenga, the Tilenga and Eco project, I was talking about 33 kilograms per barrel. This is the average in Africa. For the Tilenga and Eco project, it will be 13 kilograms per barrel. So we'll be far below the Africa average. Far below. And I think that this is a unique opportunity here in Uganda. Why we'll be far below? First, we'll use electricity. We'll not use oil for the generators, so we'll not emit GHG. And in Uganda, the grid is mostly a green because it comes from hydro. This is first. Second, if you take an oil field, you will see that there are usually some what we call some flaring. We do flare gas. And when we do flare gas, 2 consequences. We do emit GHG, and we waste also the gas, the LPG. So we not have routine flaring in Uganda regarding this project. No routine flaring, 0 routine flaring. And I can tell you that we don't have in many countries, 0 routine flaring, even in Africa. Not for Total Energies, I'm talking about the profession. So we not have what we call routine flaring. And finally, for Uganda, the gas. We'll use the gas and we'll transform it in what we call it LPG, domestic gas. This means that all the gas coming from the Tilenga project and the Kingfisher project will be used by the population. And we talked, a few minutes ago about deforestation. You know, when you are talking about climate change in Africa, mainly in a country like your country, it is not about the cars. It is not about the houses. It is about the deforestation. I think that the first war, if you have to fight something in Uganda and in our country, it is deforestation. And by using LPG, we'll be able to fight this deforestation. This is the way we do use today to decarbonize or to produce less GHG emission regarding the Tilenga and Eco project. And again, I think that it is, when I've given the average in Africa, but even in Europe, it is, in this aspect, a real exemplary project. And I think that you can be proud as Ugandan and Tanzania people, you can be proud of this. This is the way how we are doing.
No, thank you very much
for
that information.
You for a second?
Yes, please go for it.
He is very smart. Now you know he was a really good student.
Yeah.
That's all I want to say.
No, but thank you. I think that's really good information that could equip us, the youth in this room, to have intelligent conversations when people put up, the different sentiments that they have. So thank you. Humphrey, you're from the private sector. For the people in this room, how can the private sector involve the youth in this discussion of a just energy transition cause?
Thank you very much, Eva, for that question. First of all, for the audience, my name is Humphrey Asimwe. I'm also an alumni of Makerere University. I left here some 21 years ago. I studied geology here. And at the time when I studied geology, we were only 8 in class.
Wow.
That was a time when this country had not yet really gotten into the momentum of oil and gas. But now, I know there are quite a number of courses around and about geology because we are living in very interesting times, and it is good that as a country we are embracing the young people, the youth, into this energy transition debate. First and foremost, Uganda as a country, 70% of our population is below the age of 30. That means that whether you like it or not, the youth have got to be involved in this energy transition. They have got to know what is happening. They have got to be equipped with information like this conference is doing. And so it's a very important aspect for us. The private sector, From where I come, Uganda Chamber of Mines and Petroleum brings together private sector players involved in oil and gas and in mining. And one of the things we are encouraging our members and the sector to do is to not just have internship programs that are just tokenism, giving some young people 6 months of just some free labor there and all those kinds of things, but rather we want to see more of training, we want to see more of mentoring, we want to see more of equipping, but also, like Enje said, innovation, to allow our young people innovate and make sure that they are contributing to the knowledge bank that is required in this energy transition. As a country, as Uganda, we are privileged that in 2023, government embarked on an energy transition strategy. And the plan is that by 2050, as a country, we should be generating 52,000 megawatts of electricity. Every one of us knows that if we are going to industrialize, which is important for Africa to grow, we need electricity. Correct. We need electricity for our industries, for domestic use, and for all this. Right now, we have probably an installed capacity of about 2,000 megawatts of power. By about 2040, we are hoping to have, in this whole energy mix, we are looking at cleaner sources of energy. Like Antoine mentioned, we are looking at solar, we are looking at geothermal. We are also looking at nuclear, because as a country, we are privileged to have uranium. Now, of course, last year when we mentioned that, and at the launch of the energy transition strategy, that Uganda is looking to generate 24,000 megawatts of power from nuclear, of course, the world stood up to pay attention and said, did you say nuclear? So if you think oil and gas has caused the war, wait for nuclear. Because whether you like it or not, we have got to get out of the energy poverty that we live in. Right. There is no way we can develop without the energy, okay? So, and it's a very important conversation for the young people to be involved in. Anybody who tells you to stop EACOP, anybody who tells you not to get the oil and gas out of the ground is not pro us, because the revenue from oil and gas is meant to then be used for infrastructure and also the energy transition and all these other cleaner sources of energy that we're talking about. As a country, we are committed to exploiting the oil and gas resources sustainably and positively so that we can power this economy. Karuma, for example, when you look at Karuma Dam, right now, Karuma is producing about 600 megawatts of power. Karuma was built from the oil and gas fund, the petroleum fund, okay? Meaning that when you switch on your lights, when you have electricity, you are already benefiting. You and I are already benefiting. So from a private sector point of view, we have to look for ways of making sure that we have, one, more power. Two, we have to have cleaner sources, and that means we are encouraging innovation. We want the young people to think in the direction of how can we innovate, how can we be involved. And three, like Mr. Sekata said, we want to see how do we get more young people, more Ugandans in the sector so that we can catalyze employment. It was mentioned also about the mining side of things, because you cannot talk about energy transition without looking at mining. Mining is very important because it produces the minerals that are required in this transition: copper, cobalt, tin, titanium, lithium, the rare earths, and lots of minerals. These are minerals that Uganda as a country does have. Let me give you an example. Right now in Zambia, the Americans are building a railway from the western coast of Africa into Zambia. The Chinese are rehabilitating the Tazara rail from the eastern coast to Zambia. What are they going there for? One thing: copper. which we do have here in Uganda. Okay? We have copper, we have cobalt, you know very well about Kilembe, and many other deposits that have been discovered using the aerogeomagnetic survey that is being completed. What that means is, Uganda as a country in this whole energy transition space is going to definitely need geologists, going to definitely need lots of other skill sets that are in our universities, that are in our schools, to be involved in so that we can benefit from the entire energy transition story. We as a country have all these minerals here. We, yes, are probably behind at the exploration phase of things, and we will get to the place where we are actually mining and adding value to these minerals here in order to bring revenue, in order to create jobs, in order to have an opportunity to cash in, like NJ said, to cash in the entire energy transition story. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Humphrey. Quite insightful as well. And Rama, will come to you just now. A lot of information has been shared just in the short conversation we've had. So the question is, what information sharing initiatives are there for the people, for the youth, to be able to get such information and have quality conversations?
Is it on? Oh, thank you very much, Eva. Once again, my name is Rahman Antongo, and I'm a fresh graduate. I graduated this year from Makerere University with a BSc in Petroleum Geoscience and Production. As the previous speakers have highlighted on the issue regarding information sharing, one of the initiatives in place is what we have now, conferences and workshops. And what I would like to highlight is that there's need for the key stakeholders that are playing in Uganda's energy space to work together with the student associations and societies, because I believe that's as part of the grassroots approach that is needed to ensure that these information sharing initiatives are successful. Usually, companies like Total Energies, CNOOC Uganda Limited, the PAU, have been supporting various seminars and exhibitions and conferences organized by students. And in doing so, the students have got an opportunity to interface with the discussion around the energy transition. So to some extent, we can confirm that there's a level of awareness regarding energy transition, but there is need to maybe improve it so that it contextualizes Uganda's energy reality. I think you've been familiar with the advocacy, the activism that has been going around, and it's just unfortunate that the Ugandans who are, selected, who participate in these activist groups are doing so from a perspective that is given to them by organizations that come from the global north that want to transition now, yet our reality is different. So it would be key to have more young people collaborating through their societies, their organizations, to have a different kind of voice, the same voice that we are speaking here today, the same conversation around just transition. The other information sharing initiatives I can think of are, of course, the online platforms, the social media platforms, and various online communities and forums. However, we also appreciate that the digital divide in Uganda doesn't favor a broader access to the internet. So you find that, yes, information is available online, but how many can get it? So maybe we need to think about ways that the information can be transferred in a non-digital way so that it doesn't stop within the circles of the people who can access Twitter, who can access Facebook and the likes. And also other information sharing initiatives could be around hackathons and innovation challenges. I think last year or 2 years back, Total Energies organized a data science-related hackathon where they challenged students to identify spots for charging electric cars. So if initiatives like those force you to go read about what technical requirements you need to participate, the goals of the challenge, and also in the process you're able to get more informed about the energy transition discussions. And also maybe one of the challenges we have also identified in these information sharing initiatives is the fact that, yes, we are dealing with the much older young population, but if there was a way the Ministry of Education, unfortunately we don't have a representation, could find a way of integrating energy-related issues into the school curricula. Yes, we have surface level knowledge. We know the electricity, where it comes from, there is biomass and what, but if you have seen the approach that has been taken as far as environmental preservation is concerned, vis-a-vis the school curricula, it would be good to copy such an approach as far as energy-related issues and education is concerned. For example, from a young age, you know that you have to plant a tree. The earth needs trees to breathe. There's lots of signposts, placards, and whatnot. But if such an approach is integrated and put into the younger people, so that they are familiar with our reality as a country, they are familiar with our commitment to transition, and they are familiar with our strategy, so that we speak one voice, then I believe that would be excellent. Thank you.
Thank you, Rama. Some really good ideas there. And we'll just come to the crowd and we'll take 3 questions, 3 really quick questions. If you could say your name. I see 1, 2. Hey, 1, 2. I think they're the first 2. And maybe someone from the back, 3. If we could get a roving microphone. 3 questions. Just say your name, what you do, and who the question is targeted to. Just please be brief and concise. If we could get a roving microphone. Great. The first, I think she was the first to put her hand up. She was the first, but you can ask the question, but she was the first to put her hand up. Yes, go for it.
All right, thank you. Good morning, everyone. My name is Chomuhendo Beeza Peter. I come from UCU, representing UCU Engineering Association. My question is targeted to Rahma, or anyone currently with the ability to have access to the ESIAs from the Tilenga, EACOP, and Kingfisher projects. My question is the information from these surveys, these studies on the different techniques that are to be implemented in the works to do with the oil and gas, and also the innovations to do the innovations that will be used to combat some of the greenhouse gas emission problems that have been faced now in Europe when they were doing their exploration. Are the ESIAs available to the public or to students in the universities, and where can we get them? Yeah. Okay.
Rama, go for it, as the microphone goes to her.
Thank you very much for that question. I can confirm that these environmental and social impact assessment reports are available on most of the websites for the oil and gas sector players. You can check on the PAU site, the ECOP site, and Total, UNOC, and so on. Additionally, usually, as I had indicated, we have workshops as the student associations of Makerere, where we discuss various aspects related to the impact of oil and gas projects on our environment and so on. So it would be good that you take interest and reach out and participate actively. These associations are open to everybody, and do not segregate universities and whatnot, because we have worked with various institutions and their respective associations. So it's not just Makerere, it's everyone else. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Yes.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Namirimu Lilian, a Social Affairs Manager with Seagram Solutions Limited. I think I have concerns or questions, but we shall see as we go ahead.
Just one question, please, and to who it's targeted.
Okay, to Total, thank you very much. When you're organizing this, since we talked about involving everyone and the youth to come, we have PWDs who would want to join this. We did have a person do the sign language. Maybe next time we can have that on board. And some other, you said only one. Can I?
Oh no, that's a comment. What's the question? So I believe the Total team has taken this into consideration. Yes.
Okay,
what's the question?
And to Paul, you talked about regulations. We look at number 4, we have the social part and the environment. I would not want Mark to come back and quote us saying that we told you where we are failing. Let's look at how these petrol stations are being put up. We have a regulation where you have 1 kilometer. When I look at Gayaza Road near Mozi, there's something that is coming up, and I don't know what we shall have to tell Mark in the future. Then also Total, I didn't see NEMA. NJ told us we have a Ugandan way of saving the environment. NEMA will defend us on that, and we show them that we are really working and we have to mine this oil. Thank you very much. And NJ, do you have a position for me?
I'm not sure if you got the question right, but over to you. I think.
We actually do. At the Energy Chamber, we do have a fellowship program for young Africans. And I think it goes in line with what she was saying about having access to information. We get young Africans who have studied in energy, different energy subjects, from geologists to finance to research, and we do get a lot of data from across the industry, and we put out a lot of work on what we do. So definitely think Grady is here, get her number, she'll send you information, you might be able to apply. And I think one of the key things that we did with this fellowship program for young Africans is that if we don't tell our story, somebody else is going to tell our story, and they're not going to tell it the way we want. So you going through what you go through, the education, get the information, we are able to put out that information as it actually happens on the ground, and also bring an African perspective into energy. I think, let me steal this to even draw on this. Everybody's talking about minerals.
Yeah.
Okay, those minerals should be processed in Africa. They should be used in Africa. They shouldn't be looking at minerals to be exported to other places and then they bring us finished products. Why can't they not do that investment to say, okay, the oil age, you say it's over, Africa was where you came, took it. And now we say, now we want to do the transition. Africa is where we go take the minerals. What if you talk about young people in energy? We should be looking at financing to build the supply chain for the transition within this continent, so that we should have an Africa first energy transition. And we keep using this word transition. Where are we transitioning to? From the dark to the dark? I mean, I want clean air, but nobody wants to breathe clean air in the dark. We need to get that access first. Credible companies like Total Energies, McDermott, that can deliver on projects, deforestation, but you got a job if you can interview very well, all right?
All right, one last question. There was someone in the back. There was someone in the back who had, sorry, just one, them.
Okay.
Him.
I should start. My name is Victor Mugambi. I'm also a fresh graduate like Roma from Barrow University of Science and Technology, Petroleum Engineering. My question is one, sometime back when I was in my year 2, I remember a lady here at Makerere, we had come for a conference. She said,
okay. Allow me ask, what is the question?
Yes, that is the question actually, but I'm giving it context. She said oil and gas is not a mass employer. And I've started to feel it because the number of positions which are there in companies is actually limited compared that every year, at least from 6 universities I know, which do petroleum engineering and related courses, they will release at least around 500 to 1,000 people each year. And you realize that we are competing for jobs, fresh graduates are competing for jobs with people who have been here for 3-4 years back, some even graduate lecturers. So I'm wondering if there is a way how we can really be able to solve such a problem. Then lastly, allow me please, one more thing. Mr. Ayuk, I followed him for a very good time. Now, assuming climate change is real, I believe it is real. We really need to do something about it, right? Because other countries are gonna move, but then Africa, if we say that we are staying here, this is what we have, we shall stay like we are. The Stone Age did not end because the stones were over. It ended because new technologies came in. My biggest technology, which I believe in, is hydrogen, and none of you has really talked about it. I'm wondering, what do you think of hydrogen? Even the gentleman from the Ghana Chamber of Mines talked about nuclear, what and everything, but hydrogen. Can we incorporate in that? Because I believe if there is hydrogen, then as petroleum engineers and what, at least we still have our jobs. But if we go into other things, we are going into a new direction altogether. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Victor.
I wouldn't talk about jobs because I already mentioned that, and I think there are more qualified people here to talk about jobs in country. We believe in hydrogen. I have, at the African Energy Chamber, we have been one of the biggest advocates for hydrogen, but not just green hydrogen as the Europeans want. You could get hydrogen by using natural gas and with electrolyzers and water, and you could still end up producing blue hydrogen. So we don't want discrimination, all right? So we want to really see that there is hydrogen, but I'll let my brother Sheikh expand a lot on what Total Energies is doing on the hydrogen section. And to close with your question on the Stone Age, or oil is going to be over, and all of that, Africa is going to be left behind. Who told you that we're going to be left behind? We're not going to be left behind, okay? I think that fallacy is something that we need to stop it. Those who think they're moving forward, they're going back to coal. So who is going behind? Those who say they've moved forward, they're going right back to coal. What you need, and it's very important, is base load. Mark these words, you students, base load. You need base load energy to run heavy industries. Right now, the intermittent nature of solar and wind does not give you base load. Africans do not just want to charge their cell phones. Okay? Africans want to have a fridge in their house. A refrigerator in Belgium uses more energy than 12 Ugandan families in 1 year. Think about that. Heathrow Airport uses more electricity than the entire country of Sierra Leone. You want to tell those people living in Sierra Leone that you don't matter, just Heathrow Airport should use more energy than you? So we need to be careful. We are going to move forward. We are going to transition, but we need that base load energy that is produced in a low carbon way, very efficient, that we can really drive up. Africans do not need second-class energy. And on climate change, It's not a hoax. I think we should be very clear. Let us not get into the temptation where we get drawn into this conversation to say, ooh, in Uganda they say it's a hoax. It's not a hoax. Our continent is already facing severe issues around droughts and all of that, and all of that. We're victims of climate change. So we should not be denying what is out there. But right now, we got to decide one thing. Do we want to be social engineers of the future, or we want to be parasites by getting to this denial stuff? We should not do that. We should be looking at the future as social engineers, and that moral universe that we want, it's going to bend towards climate justice, but we have to help bend it that way.
Thank you. Sheikh, your comments and parting shots as well.
Okay.
We'll come
Yes,
to the rest.
very briefly. The issue we have with renewable energies are based on 3 pillars. First, it is reliability. When you take wind, you take, for example, sun. You don't always have wind or sun. This is the first issue. The second one is cost, and I will come to hydrogen. And the third one is efficiency in terms of GHG. Coming back to the case of hydrogen, for hydrogen, it is not a natural molecule. You have to separate, to take it from different molecules. This is the reason why we don't call it hydrogen like this, we call it H2O. So you have to separate from other molecules, could be water, for example, and once you will get the gas, this will be your hydrogen. Now you have different manners to produce this hydrogen. You can have it on a natural manner, sustainable manner, but you can also use oil and gas to produce your hydrogen. So when you use oil and gas, you do produce GHG. For hydrogen, what is at stake now? It is how to produce it in a sustainable manner. It is not very easy, and it is also the cost of this production. This is the reason why you don't have a lot of hydrogen units now in Africa. But having said that, you do have some countries which are well advanced in this. You do have Mauritania, you do have Namibia, and you do have also projects in other countries. And the African continent, even in countries like Mali, in West Africa, and the African continent has a huge potential for hydrogen. But when you will get hydrogen, it will maybe can help you to get electricity. But what we do not say with oil and gas, that is oil and gas can give you access to electricity, but it also gives you access to revenues. When you take the Middle East countries, where do they get the financial resources? It is from oil and gas. When you take a European country like Norway, it is from oil and gas. So the issue is not just to say we should get access to electricity. The issue is also how to get access to financial resources. When you are saying, okay, you should not develop your oil and gas project, fair enough. I will not get access to electricity. But what about the financial resources? Who will compensate this the loss and the lack of these financial resources? So when we are talking about this project, we do have 2 issues. First, it is getting energy, cheaper energy and cleaner energy. But the second one, and which is really important above all for you, it is getting financial resources, creating jobs, creating small size businesses working in this area. And coming back very shortly to one question relating to the job creation. Indeed, when there is an oil and gas project, you do have 2 phases. Construction phases, with these phases, you do generate a lot of job creation. For example, just for Tilenga and Eco project, you will generate roughly 80,000 direct and indirect jobs. This is for the construction phases. Now, when you launch the project in the production phases, you have less jobs. But you compensate this by the financial resources and by the royalties taken by the government. And with this, you can create businesses in this sector and in other sector. So there are 2 phases. And definitely, if you take a good example again of Middle East countries, you can see how rich and wealthy they are today. And it is thanks to, when you take, and I will finish with this, a country like Qatar. 20 years ago, Qatar doesn't have not anything, but was not a rich country.
Yeah.
Today it is one of the richest countries in the world,
Exactly.
thanks to gas
Yeah.
and to the good governance of these resources. So just please not just focus on getting energy, take also into account getting financial resources.
No, thank you very much. And I think to that point, Arab Emirates, Dubai actually also used the same strategy, clearly decentralized from oil and gas and transitioned into various sectors. Humphrey, your parting shots, and then we'll come to you, Rama. Hopefully, Rama, you'll also answer his question with a practical of how you got your training job, because I think essentially that's what he's asking, but yes.
Yeah. I'm reminded of a quote actually at Africa Energy Week last year in the speech of His Excellency, our President, General Museveni, where he said, "You cannot talk to a poor man about clean energy. You cannot have a discussion with a poor man about clean energy. First, deal with the issue of poverty. Then you can talk about clean energy after that." And that is what we need to be doing as Africans. We need to be, first and foremost, finding a way of making sure that our populations get energy, yes, as much as possible, clean energy, and then with time, we transition in a phased way, in a good way, in order to make sure that we get to a place where the majority of our energy mix will be clean energy. Now, having said that, the question on jobs is a very interesting one, and there are a number of things that are happening regarding jobs. You're saying the oil and gas sector cannot absorb the skill sets or the people that are willing to work. I want to allay your fears on a number of fronts. Number one, that Tilenga and Kingfisher and EACOP are not the only oil and gas projects of Uganda. PAU can tell you there are other projects that are at exploration phase, and those are also progressing well. And as they progress, we'll get to a place where they will be in the engineering phase and then finally in production. So there is opportunity there. Also, the project by the Ministry of Energy with support from the Spanish government to do aerogeomagnetic survey of Uganda has come up with some very good finds of oil and gas in other parts of this country. For example, the Choga Basin and in Moroto. Meaning that the whole conversation around oil and gas for this country is not only, or should not only be limited to Tilenga, Kingfisher, and EACOP. As the years go by and as more investment comes into this sector, exploration, we will see those other projects advance, and there will be opportunities as we get there. For a number of these courses, they came through a recommendation from the Industry Baseline Survey that projected on what kind of skill sets would be required and what our universities should be churning out in order for us to maximize on local content. And so I don't want us to lose hope that, no, this is short-lived. It is not as short-lived as we'd want to think. Secondly, it is also important to understand that there are now conversations around the region and regional integration, because as Uganda is where it is with oil and gas, Kenya is about to also rejuvenate its work with oil and gas in the Turkana area. Okay? Tanzania has a much bigger gas project coming online, and as a country, we are looking for ways of importing gas from Tanzania. Mozambique and its gas resources. And so as you're thinking through your career development, don't think primarily Uganda. I would encourage you to also think the region and the continent, because the opportunities do exist. Now, what do you need to do? What do you need to do as an individual? As an individual, there are things you're going to learn in class if you attend. Right? There are things you're going to learn in class. You're going to get that degree, that you are an engineer in this and that and the other. But there are soft skills that you're going to have to make sure that you learn yourself. There are other employable skills that you require to open yourself to data analysis and all these other things that you may not necessarily get in class. As you do that, you make yourself more employable, because it does not matter the shape of the container in which you put milk. Cream will always rise to the top. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. Rama, over to you. Remarks and parting shots.
I answered his question about where he could get the impact assessment reports, but I think my parting shots would be in line with fine. We understand that, yes, there are various opportunities that are coming up and whatnot, but the issue is the present. Like, what can we be doing at the moment in light that, yes, those opportunities are coming, but they are not yet to the level where they can absorb us. So I believe that, yes, if they are not able to, onboard everybody, and we have been advocating for, innovation and whatnot, thinking outside the box, we would want to see key industry players come to the grassroots and say, okay, the reservoir team of CNOC Uganda Limited would like to get fresh ideas from school. We need a team of 10 students, come up with this and that. So that we have that kind of interaction, that kind of training in the event that they can't have, all of us seated in an office. Yeah, would want to say, because now we have had exhibitions. We have designed 3D, small projects, scale projects. They are just catching dust. If the companies come to our exhibitions, they take interest. They're like, okay, what? They share information. But the students have come up with a model on. There are students who came up with a model on carbon capture and storage. Such projects require skills related to reservoir engineering and whatnot. It shouldn't stay there. It should go beyond. Okay, we are identifying that the students are taking interest in this. As Total Energies, we want to create a sort of, challenge. There's this prize, there is this opportunity, to be part of maybe the Africa Energy Week, and they meet more, players and whatnot. So it doesn't have to. Yes, not all of us can get the jobs, that's the truth, but there has to be something for those who can't. Thank you.
Thank you, Rama. NJ, last remarks from you, NJ, in 1 minute. Or had you said your parting shots?
Drill, baby, drill. I do. For me, it's a big, big honor to be here, and I continue to learn a lot from fellow panelists. But I would really, really want to reemphasize that we go out there. Do not limit yourself to Uganda. It would be a big mistake. Some of the Ugandans I have met in the energy industry, I met them through my work with SLB in the past, Schlumberger. Some of them work for Halliburton. A lot of them work for different companies, geoscience companies that are not even located in this country. And at a certain stage, they brought the skills back home. So think big. We have a saying at the chamber that go big or go home. I would tell you, go big or go home. And even if you can't get a job directly on one of the projects here, there are a lot of multiplier jobs, multiplier services that are happening that can get you indirectly linked to that. So I know it's a little scary to be in here thinking, is this really for me? Am I going to make it? I think you can, and just continue doing what you're doing, continue showing up, continue engaging, continue asking the tough questions, but also you have to know you're going to have to work hard at it. I work at the Energy Chamber. One of the things I tell my staff all the time, if I can go to bed at 12, sometimes 1 o'clock, if I can get up at 6 a.m. in the morning and do my workouts, I think you can do it. So you guys have more energy, you have more strength, you're young, just take the world, go change the world, go grab it and really make it work for you, because it is going to be massive opportunities that none of us on this panel ever had. You will be faced with so much more opportunities, but it's only if you want to get it, if you really want to make it, and think outside the box like my brother out there who starts thinking about hydrogen. Just think outside the box and go for it. It doesn't matter. If it's solar, go for it. If it's wind, go for it. But the most important thing is that do it with truth. Don't do it with disinformation saying that Uganda is bad or stop EACOP. Just go for it and go big. But don't go home. Just go big.
All right, thank you. Can we have another round of applause for the panelists and for the wisdom they have shared on this stage? Thank you very much. I think at this point we'll just have a picture moment, and then we will come, you will go, and we'll introduce another set of panelists. A round of applause, please. Testing, great. All right, would like to continue the program. Just an announcement. The vehicle registered UBP 294F. You have blocked someone, so please just go and help move your car. I'll read the number plate, UBP 294F. Please just go and move your car. We will move into the next bit of our session. Another interesting panel, which I think had a number of questions, particularly on opportunities for the youth in this specific sector. And the opportunities vary from business, jobs, capacity building, and training. And I think the panel that I'm going to introduce is extremely equipped to have a good discussion and to answer your questions. So without further ado, I'd like to welcome Oriel Deshatu, I hope I've said that well, Country Manager at Aldelia, Uganda. Please give a round of applause as she makes her way on. I'd also like to welcome back Mr. Ali Sekatawa, Director Legal and Corporate Affairs at Petroleum Authority, Uganda. I'd like to welcome Madame Rosette Komugisha, National Content Lead at Total Energies. I'd like to welcome Madame Elaine Baguma, Training and Development Manager at Total Energies, Uganda. I'd like to welcome Marc Antoine El Mazega. I hope I've said that well. My apologies. Yes, welcome back, the Director, Energy and Climate. And I'd like to welcome Madame Lilian Nyakuni, Technical Assistant, National Content and HR from UNOC. A round of applause as they come up. Panelists, welcome. I think you've seen our youth that we're speaking to, but I trust you're well equipped to handle the conversation. Very quickly, I'd like to start with our country manager, yourself, from Aldelia. We've seen a number of opportunities advertised, and maybe for the people who are seated in the audience, would you like to elaborate on how they can actually tap into the opportunities advertised? How can they actually get hold of these opportunities?
Thank you. I see you fear the name.
So I tried, but you could say it again. You could reintroduce it.
So Aurélie Duchateau, Kizito.
Aurélie.
But you can call me Lily. All right. Most people in the sector call me Lily.
Oh, okay.
So don't worry. What is important to know is that most of the companies in the sector, go through manpower agencies to recruit most of their staff and manpowers. So the advice here is to get to know now which companies recruit in these sectors. So I'm actually going to name them.
And I think a few are in the room.
Sorry?
A few are in the room, if I'm not mistaken, but carry on.
Indeed. So I work with Aldelia, so we do recruit for some of the oil companies. We have Abdul from True North that is here, so don't hesitate to also approach him later. We have Q Sourcing. I don't know if they're in the house, but they also do recruit over there. Hi. And we have, who am I? Seol. I was going to forget. I don't know if Seol is in the house. But so those are the current actually agencies that do recruit for Total, CNOOC, Valorec is in the house, SLB also is in the house. So those companies use the services of manpower agencies, okay? So how that works is that these companies will approach us and say, we need this type of profiles, really it can be any type. Engineers, admin support, finance, I mean really any kind of role that you can think of, even graduate trainees actually, so they approach us. And then so what we do on their behalf, we advertise these jobs, so that's why it's important that you know these names. And I'm going to tell you, of course, where to find now these adverts. So we advertise, we collect the CVs, because then people who are interested and match the job descriptions that is advertised provide their CVs and information that is required. We go through all the applications and we see, of course, the best, which are the applications that match to now what is required. So we send the best profiles, at least it can be 10, 20, to these companies, and then they will decide who they want to now see going to the next step. So interviews will happen. They will then give us the answer. I want to select this person, and so we will be responsible to onboard these people and to manage their contract. So we really, like, you become as a staff of the manpower agencies by working in the oil project. Okay, so you will find these adverts on the websites, PAU websites, Tilenga website, ECOP websites, the agencies' websites, newspapers. So you have to be, of course, on the lookout. LinkedIn is also a good way. So follow these different companies on LinkedIn, so you see what is being advertised, and then you apply. So this is where you're going to find the
information. Thank you. I hope we have taken notes. She's just given you where the opportunities are. Thank you very much, Lee. Mr. Ali, we spoke about the National Oil and Gas Talent Register earlier. And maybe just to ask on behalf of them, does this register actually work? Is it there? And what is the success rate?
Thank you. The register sits in the frame of all the other regulatory framework, including what she's talking about, the requirement that all jobs are advertised, the requirement for fair competition, and the requirement that all contractors give priority to Ugandans. And then we follow a 3-tier mechanism of where the facility is. All the unskilled labor force should be for the people from that area. Then semi-skilled, you go to the region, and all the skilled labor force nationally. And then international if we don't have. Now, mostly the National Oil and Gas Register comes through where the employers, they are required to also put the adverts there or go and choose a person from that talent register. And then we request, or we advise you guys, whoever is feels he has a skill to go and put your name and type of skill there. What we do not require the employers is that it's not mandatory that they must pick from that register. We only use it when they come and say there is no person who is qualified. And therefore, as such, I don't know, many people like regulation by mandatory. Its usability is to the extent of that, because you're free to choose a person wherever. You cannot come and say, we have chosen this one, and we say no because he was not there. But at the point you want an external person, then we go and say, there are these people who are on the register, why don't you use them? The second advantage is that all adverts are also posted there, and opportunities for the people who are there, we try as much as possible to encourage that they are shared with the people who are there so that you get to know that there's a job. But then I think over and above that, the other point, maybe 2 points I wanted to make on the employment question is one, I think the gentleman who said oil and gas is not a mass employer. It creates value for masses, but it's not a mass employer. That's true. Because even at its peak here, if we say we want 30 to 40,000 people, the last statistic we had from Ministry of Labor is that we have between 7 to 10 million people, young people who are looking for jobs. I don't know whether they call it unemployment number or what, but 7 to 10. Then they said every year we release 70,000 actually, 70,000 to the market. Out of those, we can employ 10,000. So it means the other 10 million keeps increasing.
Right.
So it is true, it is not a mass employer. The unemployment question is larger, and that's why we need to participate. There are things which you need to look at openly, like the interlinkages, because we are now doing the interlinkages project of saying, how can oil and gas support tourism? How can oil and gas support agriculture? How can it, for example, we put up an airport, which is almost complete, and now as a result of that, government has agreed to put up a stadium in Hoima, because one of their considerations for Africa Nations Cup was they need an airport. So so oil and gas is now supporting the sports sector. So I think even for you guys, it is to look at openly, not necessarily in that space, there is minerals. So if you get these skills, how can they work across the chain locally? Two, the other day I was very happy, I was in UAE, I found one of our students from UPIC, and he told me he's doing welding. He started in UPIC, waited for jobs, he went to the other side. Why? Because now UPIC has the international certifications. It means you can work anywhere, as my colleague said, Tanzania, Kenya, and so on. So you need to use this as a platform also to look the other side. Do not get very disappointed that you are not among the 14,000. 14,000 is good enough. For the Catholics, there's a story of an old man who went to study that course, catechism. Then after the course, they said he had gotten 0. Then he said, let's praise Jesus. Everyone laughed. They said, why are you? Then he said, if I had not come here, I would not have gotten this 0. So let's praise Jesus for the 0. So we have 14,000 of our brothers working. So we praise God for that. The question is that I might not be among the 14,000. How can I be in the 40? If I am not in the 40, should I talk ill of the industry? No, it has created jobs for 40,000 of us. Now, can we go in the outer space, the industry that support? Lastly, the energy transition and the money being invested in it is an opportunity. It's a good opportunity for you to look at that space. Why? Because the NGOs are coming and so on. Last time I traveled, I met 6 of you going to France to demonstrate against Stop EACOP. I asked them, you people, aren't you, isn't this treasonous? Like you're going to fight against your country. They said, Ali, you always say about opportunities. For you, do your part. This is our opportunity. Because without you, I wouldn't have gotten this visa, this air ticket, I am going. Then one of them said when he reached, he refused to hold a certain placard because he said from the information he knew, whatever it was actually a lie. He said, I refused, and eventually it didn't go well, but I went to France. So there is an opportunity, but that opportunity should be a good one. Our encouragement is that, yes, take advantage of all the opportunities that are coming, but at the end of the day, you are Ugandans, this is your project. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ali. Very interesting scenario. Thank you for sharing. Rosette, we'll come to you. On capacity building, we do know Total has taken a number of initiatives to build capacity within this space. Could you just talk more about capacity building and how can the people here participate?
Sure. Thank you, Eva. So as introduced, my name is Rosette Komjisha. I'm currently charged to be the national content lead at Total Energies. It's a very exciting role because I get to see on a daily basis how the energy projects in Uganda are impacting Ugandans. So I'm very honored, first of all, to be back home. I'm an alumni of Makerere University. I won't say how far away, how far back, but I studied at what is now called the College of Engineering, Art, Design, and Technology. And I am also an alumni of Africa Hall, the ladies. So when it comes to capacity building, maybe to give some context, what do we mean when we say capacity? Capacity is all about having the available skill sets, having the available enterprises to take forward our project. So everything we do around capacity building in this sector, be it by government or by the private international companies like ourselves and our contractors in the room, is based on skilling Ugandans so that they can work within our activities and within the supporting industries to our activities. It's also based on empowering local enterprises to be able to supply the goods and services that we need in the sector. And then finally, we are future facing. We know that this is a long-term industry, not forever, but significantly, 20 to 30 years. So we need to be able to empower the institutions that will take forward capacity development as their core professional deliverable. So we work a lot with institutions like Makerere, UPIC, and all the different education institutions to support them in their agenda on training and also enterprise development where possible. So coming down to the question, what are the capacity building opportunities available for you as youths? In order for you to appreciate them, you also first need to understand what the opportunities look like. When it comes to the jobs, Ali just broke it down. We have casual or unskilled jobs, and like he has said, those are ring-fenced. They are really for the communities where we work. So the people in the room, unless you're from Bulisa, I don't think you will be selected for a casual job. Then we move on to the next level, which is the majority of the jobs that are needed currently in the construction phase of the sector. These are jobs at technician level, at craftsman's level. This is a reality which we didn't have in Uganda before the energy sector. Before, everyone thought for you to get a very good job, you had to earn yourself a degree. Am I right? Everybody in Uganda is studying to get, at a minimum, an undergraduate degree. But the reality is that when it comes to construction projects, which are the drivers of the biggest workforce in the energy sector, you need semi-skilled people. You need people like scaffolders, plumbers, people who do bricklaying, construction work, people who are fabricating. And the first thing that we had to do, even before the projects went ahead, was to start skilling these people. They did exist, but they needed to be upskilled in terms of getting them international certifications so that they are able to produce work at a level that is internationally acceptable, and then also empowering them with skills in health, safety, and environment, which is really critical for our industry. So in terms of if you're interested in this, and I must say that over the last 5 years plus, we as TotalEnergies have done a lot of skilling, and our contractors also having come on board have done the same. We've trained over 1,500 people, and I see that there are some people who come in for these types of programs, even when they are overqualified, if I'm to put it that way. But they have the passion, they have the interest, and we've seen them excelling. Then the third level of jobs that are available, which are really, like the gentleman in the audience earlier on said, are really fewer in number. This is about 15% of the jobs. These are the core energy disciplines, the core engineering disciplines. And that means they're even more competitive than all the others. For these jobs, we need people like drillers, the geoscientists, people who have done civil engineering, mechanical engineering, and so on and so forth. And we do have programs in place to skill around this area. We have graduate trainee programs. These were mentioned earlier in the Vice Chancellor's speech, where we take people on board and expose them to on-job training. One thing I want to encourage the audience, both physical and online, is to embrace graduate trainee programs. My own experience is that at the time I graduated, what I wanted was a job. I did not want to be told, oh, we are going to test you, or we are going to just give you a stipend and train you on the job. I felt like I was going to be exploited, for lack of a better word. But the reality is that is how you gain experience. Because at the same time, in many platforms, we are asked by the youth, how can we compete with the experienced people? The reality is you need experience for certain critical roles. So you compete by gaining that experience. And then the next question from them is, but you're not giving us the jobs. So it's like, how do you call it? A catch.
Catch-22.
Yeah, it's like a catch. Like, you're not giving me a job, but you want me to have experience. And the truth is, you gain the experience through graduate trainee programs. They take time. You will be a graduate trainee for between 2 to 3 years. But trust me, and I think we have some graduate trainees in the room. I hope you will interface with them. Joseph, I see you.
Where are the graduate trainees? Just wave.
Please wave.
There you
yes.
go.
So that group is they're graduate trainees working with us every day at TotalEnergies. You will not feel like you are any different from any other employer. Of course, you will be given tasks progressively according to how you're building your competence, but you're building that experience, and at the end of this process, you will be able to compete with anybody else out there on an equal level. So in a nutshell, that's kind of what we do around capacity building for the different job levels required right now for the construction phase. But like I said earlier, we are also forward thinking. We know that in 2 years we are going to start producing, so we need to have Ugandans working on the facility for the production requirements. And for that, we have a program in place. About 2 years ago, we ran the Tilenga MOOC. I think many of you participated, over 13,000 people. It was a very good training for you to understand the sector. And out of that, we selected the best 200 Ugandan youths, both nationally, but also from our host communities. And right now, they are undergoing a 2 to 3 year training program with UPIC, but also which will be moved abroad for more experienced training, where at the end of it all, they will come out as maintenance and operation technicians. qualified in electrical, mechanical, and instrumentation. This is really unprecedented for us as a country to see a sector train for the future, to see a sector invest quite heavily in a futuristic need. So as I conclude, I want to say that at the end of the day, some of these programs may be running, but more are upcoming. This year alone, we will be launching more skilling programs. We do our skilling with certified partners, so when you're looking for the opportunities, check on our website, like it was said earlier, but also check with our skilling partners. We work with companies like Tusk, Sunmaker, Solid Rock, UPIC I mentioned, and so many other skilling companies out there. And another thing I also want to emphasize is what the opportunities look like. I want to add to what everyone else has shared. The director mentioned earlier that we have over 1,200 contractors working on the oil and gas projects right now. So those are 1,200 companies, both local and international, that are potential employers for yourselves. I think it's something for you to reflect on. If you want to know who these companies are, this information is available. It's available on our websites. It's also available on the PAU website. But also feel free to reach out to us so that when you see an advert out there from a company like Sinopec, it already registers in your mind that this is a company in the oil and gas supply chain. And since I want to be part of that company and I am eligible for the job, why don't I put in my application?
Thank you, Rosette. I think that has been extremely valuable. Thank you. Mark, just to come to you, if we do go the route of an unjust energy transition, what impact would that have on unemployment for the youth?
I think it would be dramatic. Let's face it, because as much as we in Europe have aging populations, you have a very young population. And so when AJ said, well, the future belongs to you, yes, that's very true. And that is an extraordinary opportunity, but that cannot be missed. And the best way not to miss this is indeed to attract the private investment, to have to build up the skills and close intertwining with the private sector and the public sector. And I think what is happening at this university is exactly what is needed. Now, one thing that might be missing a little bit in this discussion, and so here I'm taking my non-profit hat, or representative of a non-profit organization here, is the public sector. Because you cannot have a sound and buoying energy sector development and economic development if you do not have a sound and strong public sector to accompany that. And I wouldn't discount really all the great opportunities there are in the public sector in the field of energy, because if you want to build trust, if you want to have investor confidence, well, you need to have bright people committed in the various regulation agencies, be it the environmental regulation agency, be it the energy regulator, within the ministries. I mean, very often what you see in countries is that there's a very low institutional capacity in ministries. Why? Because everyone that is bright is either working in the private sector or going abroad. And that is a big problem, because if you want to develop a sound energy strategy, if you want to have a sound data collection capability, statistics, that's the basics, then to do the modeling, to understand what are the costs and what are the different constraints of various technologies, options, and investments that you are considering, etc. I mean, it's extraordinarily important to have these skills within the public sector in order to be able then to have the right discussion and exchanges with the private sector to make sure that this is in the best interest of the country. And last but not least, on that, what is also very clear is that what is needed is a vibrant discussion, public discussion, And so I'm very pleased also to be here with that, but a public discussion in the media, in the social media, in the press, in formats like here, and also with independent analysis on, what are the policy choices. You mentioned hydrogen, that requires a lot of thinking on the technology side, on the economic side, on the demand side, on the infrastructure side, on the regulatory side, on the, sequencing side. Is it right now the right moment to do it? Should we do other things first? And et cetera, et cetera. So, yeah, just a reflection on that, maybe,
Right,
on your question.
Ali, I don't know if you want to comment on the public sector bit, or because I know PAU represents and UNOC as well.
I think he makes a very valid point on the need for a very strong public sector. And I think it is what GOU has aspired to do for the last 10 or 15 years, to make sure they can train, retain, and expose the public sector staff. There's a specific program for training of government officers and a specific package. Some years ago, for your information, the scientists, they just increased their salaries here. But many years ago, for the oil and gas, after the discovery, Cabinet gave a special package to the scientists in the ministry and so on, so that to maintain. So there has been visibility along that point. How successful it is, I think the jury is there, but there's an opportunity that, yeah, thank you.
All right, thanks, Ali. And Lillian, will come to you, representing Uganda National Oil Company. If you could just touch on some of the emerging opportunities for the young professionals. What are the emerging opportunities? What can they sort of aspire to do? What can they plan for?
Thank you so much. My name is Lillian Nyakuni, and I serve my country at the Uganda National Oil Company. And I'm very delighted that I joined this sector 1 year after campus, and that is in 2019. So I've been a youth in the oil and gas sector for about, I've made 5.3 years in the oil and gas sector. Yes. So as we talk about the journey to energy transition, having supported the oil and gas sector specifically in national content and human resource management at the Uganda National Oil Company, there has been the need to transition, but equally there's been a need for the organizations to transition with the youth. Now, back at the Uganda National Oil Company, we have been deliberate, structure-wise, and Mr. Chiwuka here will testify that last year we dedicated ourselves to change our structure in regards to how do we bring the youths on board. Previously, to join the Uganda National Oil Company, you had to have at least 5 years of working experience, or at least 2 for the non-giving jobs. You know those jobs that they give you and you're like, do I really want to join the oil and gas sector? I remember the non-giving job is what I joined Uganda National Oil Company in, but later on propelled to another level of being a technical assistant. So we decided to say, okay, we are going to create Officer 1 roles. Officer 1 roles simply need someone with 0 to 3 years of working experience. And many of you have seen the adverts that went out for the Officer 1 jobs, because we truly want to have the young people be a part of this journey, to be the junior drilling engineers, junior, in whatever level they are. Besides that, we have also been deliberate to get to universities and sensitize the universities and the students regarding the choices of programs they are taking on. I know Alex, we always move with Alex to different places. And you find a student doing a bachelor's in oil and gas management. So our emphasis has been, can we study programs that are transferable? Because Ali and the people seated here will testify that the most number of people to be employed on an oil and gas project are during the development phase. And right now we are in the development phase. And therefore there is no number greater than what is currently available now that will be employed in the oil and gas sector. At UNOC, our structure capacity, even when we operate across the petroleum value chain, in the upstream, midstream, downstream, bulk trading, and the industrial park, our structure is only providing for 365 people. That is youths, the elderly, and so forth. Sorry. So this is when...
We're all youth here.
Yes. This is when we ask ourselves, why would I then do a course that is very restrictive, that without the oil and gas sector, my course cannot stand alone? I've had drilling engineers, mechanical engineers. I mean, our chief commercial officer is a mechanical engineer by profession. If people can attack you in your own field and take up that space, then are you still able to exist without the oil and gas sector? So we have been spreading that news wherever we have gone to emphasize the fact that you need to do transferable skills. And as a national oil company and our national content, we have skills development. And we have understood the national character of oil and gas. Most of the times we have had people in Bulisa, Chikube, Hoima, demand that they want to be the beneficiaries of these programs, the trainings. But then when you look at the national perspective, oil and gas is a national resource. It is a state resource. So what we have done is to ensure that we incorporate everybody. If you look at the programs that are running out of late, everybody, regardless of the region you're coming from, the course that you've been trained in, we are giving you an opportunity to benefit from these training programs. But what have we also been deliberate at? It is that we are not training oil-specific courses. We want people who can transit with the journey that the sector is taking. And then the other thing that we have tried to do to ensure that whoever we have brought on board benefits from the skill set of the transitioning journey. I know I've seen some of our interns and some of our trainees that have come for the training today. At UNOC, we are deliberate to ensuring that you get the holistic experience of the industry. So you'll find that much as you've come in as a trainee of drilling, you're going to undertake things in ESG, in sustainability. You're going to be pushed to go to the environmental unit to study with them so that you can embrace the holistic nature of the oil and gas sector, so that once you are transitioning, you know what journey we are taking, what is required of us, and how best we can do. So you'll find that several of our trainees and interns, at the end of the journey, they decide to say, okay, I was looking at it in this perspective, and this is the journey we are taking. So ideally, that is how we are committed. We are being as diverse as possible and very accommodative to not only lose our mandate of being the commercial arm of government in the oil and gas sector, but also ensuring that we are keeping at pace with whatever transition is taking place. Thank you.
All right. No, thank you very much, Lillian. In the interest of time, we'll take 2 questions from the audience. Wow, 2. His hand shot up first, and she's waving very nicely. And as the moderator, I've allowed. So those 2 questions. Roving microphone, please. If we have a microphone, we could quickly get it to them. Please just state your name, what you do, and to who it's addressed.
Okay, thank you so much. My name is Tom Philip Mackay. I'm a soon to graduate mechanical engineering student. My question goes to Alice Sekatawa and Lillian. particularly with regard to government.
It's one question or two?
It's one question, but because they are the ones who are speaking from the perspective of our government, they might be the ones best to address it. So it's to do with, of course, we've had a lot of corruption. We're even seeing a lot of cases in the news right now. So I would like to know, how exactly is UNOC and PAU trying to put in place the transparency that's going to ensure that the money that comes from our petroleum is not going to be siphoned? We've had all these other projects that they've been siphoning money, and now we're hearing, yes, youth have to lead and everything, but now how are the agencies that are leading from our country's perspective going to ensure that we do not have still the same thing recurring, corruption going through? How are you ensuring transparency even when we are going to start getting this money next year?
All right, thank you. Maybe she'll ask her question as they prepare. Yes, so that we...
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Nandiose Aida, and I work with SLB. I work on the Tilenga project under the Artificial Lift Department, and I've also done a little bit of well completions. So my question is going to come from my perspective as a young professional working in a technical role. I actually do put on the curve role, and yes, I do step on the rig floor with a lot of ladies. Yes, we do have a lot of women currently on the Tilenga project, and I know there is a need to increase the numbers, but I'm just here to say that I stand as a witness to tell you that there is many more, and we hope for.
Oh, wow.
My question is actually coming from that.
Okay.
As young women who are joining the industry, technical roles, working either as a well completion engineer, production engineer, or drilling engineer, we oftentimes have conversations. And I am not ashamed to say this, I am going to speak it out. As we try to ensure that more ladies come in to join the industry and work whether in technical roles or non-technical roles, let us not forget the young professionals who have joined the industry. When we join the industry, we have worries working away from Kampala, away from the central, going to a remote location like Tilenga, like Bulisa. You worry whether you'll be able to balance, have a work-life balance, be able to pursue a career as well as have the other personal aspiration in life, right? And you're having, yes, you have a young generation of women currently working on a technical field on the project, but constantly worrying if they'll be able to stick around for the next 3 years, right? Because you're working on the project, you're like, oh, will I be able to stick around for the next 3 years? And then you have conversations that are like, maybe I'll be here for 2 years. Maybe I cannot stay here for longer, like I said, for other personal needs and everything else. So I want to ask maybe Mr. Ali, representing the government, if they have strategies in place, not just to bring ladies on board to join the industry, but for the young ladies in the industry working in Bulisa in technical roles. Are there strategies to ensure that they actually keep track of these women who have come in, and if they actually keep track of their journey in the industry? We don't want to be in the industry 2 years into the industry and the 400 ladies who joined will only have 20 left. And then on the same point, as young women, we understand the value and importance of education. Most of us, or some of us, have joined the industry with diplomas. I'm also an alumni of Uganda Petroleum Institute Chigumba. And some of us have also joined with bachelor's degrees, right? So we understand the value of education as Ugandans. We value education a lot, and we want to further our education. Some ladies, we want to get master's degrees. Some of us want to get bachelor's degrees because we understand the value of education. We know that if you want to become a high-value woman in the energy
question, please.
Yes, I am coming to the question. Education is very important, but we work in Bulisa. We work on rotation, 4x4, 5x5. For sure, if my dream is to attain higher education, if my dream is to get a master's degree, I cannot be able to have a career as well as have the education that I want. Apart from our other colleagues who work in Kampala and are able to pursue a master's degree maybe in Makerere, you're able to do an evening program. So which brings me to my question. The oil and gas industry is going to generate a lot of revenue for this country for sure. is there no way there can be a program put in place to favor the people who work in Bulisa, Tilenga, to put a program for them? Could be at Makerere or any other institution to allow them to also further their education. Could be in bachelor's or a master's degree.
Okay. Who is that question targeted to?
Could be Mr. Ali.
Wow. Okay, we'll take those for now, and then we'll, yes, please just, I think, Ali, there was one for you. And
Okay. Thank you. First, my brother, on the question of corruption. One is to say thank you, because personally, I think this is where we should all focus as a country. Because the industry, for the last 10 or so years, has built all those pillars you saw that have brought all these reputable companies, their controls, environment, and so on and so on. Now, when they say first oil, it means the first check. So I think when we say first oil 2025, it also means at the end of that year, maybe next year, we shall receive, forget we've been receiving money, taxes, and so on, but the first check for oil. So I think the conversation on how that money is going to be kept and used is a proper generation conversation. The structures are there, I can tell you. In 2013, we did the studies, and when we redid the industry to do the new regulation that brought PAU, brought UNOC, brought the ministry, also there is the financial pillar. That pillar ensured that I am here, I have nothing to do with money. When the petroleum money comes, it is supposed to go on a petroleum fund. The fund, how it is supposed to be used, is also there in the law. Even UNOC was given the power, so it's like this. We are going to share the oil. After we've shared, government gets its share. It gives it to UNOC. UNOC pays the transporter, ECOP. It reaches Tanga, the international port. It sells. It's a market. Okay? It sells on the market. But UNOC, when it sells, it was only given one. It can only remove the money for the transport. After it has removed it, it should put back the money to the petroleum fund. UNOC has no access to that fund. PAU has no access to that fund. The Minister of Energy has no access or powers over that fund. Now that fund was also separated from the consolidated account. The money that comes from Bijanjalo, coffee, what, that's another account. This one is a dollar account, beautiful, it is there, separate. Again, who uses it and for what? It is in the law. It says it should be for only infrastructure, and it should be only accessed under this manner. You have to go to Parliament and say, I want to remove money from this fund for ABC. Two, another body was created, now headed by Professor Sejaka. It's the investment body. The balance of that money, Professor Sejaka sits independently and says, I think the best investment where to put this money is maybe a farm in hydrogen or whatever it will bring money. Again, that level, we don't have any control. So those structures are there. First oil is 2025, maybe the first check is 2026. You will have graduated. Maybe you will be the policymakers, the MP then, and so on. I think it is your discussion that that money now, when it comes, it is not involved in this. Your guess is as good as mine, because the people who will be in charge, then it is you. It is your generation, okay? So we need to track it. When it comes, the infrastructures are there. The question is, how do we ensure that those infrastructures or gates are not abused? On the lady from Tilenga, thank you very much. For me, when I hear these testimonies, I feel very happy, because this is what you call a good problem. what is a good problem? You're either choosing between a Ferrari and a Lamborghini. The other people behind are looking for jobs. For her, she is on the rig. She is only saying, how can I work better? And I think, yes, we are looking at all employee-related structures. I think maybe you're in one of the companies, and it's good you brought it up, on how the employees can be related. But the first battle we've been fighting was to make sure that it's not a Filipino or a Chinese, or we have almost 27 nationalities, but at higher technical level. It is not those people doing that job. Because we've been to countries where we find that what you are doing is not doing by a local. But the fact that you are from UPIC, we went as a government and got Opito. When we discovered oil, we didn't have that certification. And Total said, if you don't have this, you cannot touch the rig. So that was brought. You have gone there and graduated, and you're working in Bulisa, and you chose a job. For your information, don't even say people who are in Bulisa, no. The job you chose is for Bulisa, because you studied that drilling, whatever it's there. Now, how do we make it better? I will probably leave that to the HR experts. But for me, I am happy that you can testify, because yeah, I am happy. So how it can be made better, the HR experts maybe will comment. Thank you.
Maybe just one comment from you both, and we'll take one last burning question and we'll close it. Maybe just to comment between the both of you. Yes.
Yes, so I think I'm in the same space with Ali. I think what you raise is now the question around, I think some of the people in the room have that question. What is the work environment like in the projects? So like she said, you have officers who are more like support people, but the work itself is in a remote location, and that is the reality of the work. The highly technical work is in environments that, for those of us who are used to Kampala, may think are harsh. But last week I was on site. I was speaking to a Chinese, and he said this is the best country he has ever worked in, in the industrial area. We were working in a temperature of over 30 degrees. I was very uncomfortable. But he said this is the best environment he has worked in. So it's you know, it comes down to what you're used to. But the reality is most of the feedback we get, at least around the weather, is that Uganda has the best weather. Now, you raised two very relevant points. One of them was meant to be my closing remarks, so thank you for highlighting it. The fact that we need more women to come on board in the energy sector, and we need them to come on board in technical areas, not just support functions. So I'm very happy that you chose this career and that you have embarked on it. The reality then becomes retention. How do we retain ladies in these jobs? How do we retain men also? We may not say it, yeah? But this being Men's Mental Health Month, we have to say, yeah, how do we retain people in such jobs? For the ladies especially, within Total Energies, but also with most of the international companies or even local companies, we see a lot of mentorship, a lot of counseling services provided to new entrants. I encourage you to use that route. For Total Energies, we have a program called Twice, where new young lady professionals are mentored by both male and female experienced people on all aspects of working in the job. The employers themselves, my observations are that in terms of progression, career-wise, you have a concern. Will you work in Bulisa at the rig forever? No. We know that this industry is a dynamic industry. You enter as a junior well completions engineer. If you have ambition to grow into a different role, a managerial role, demonstrate your capacity. And I'm sure the opportunity is there. Within Total Energies, there's a system of systematic job rotation every 3 years. Why? Because it's very important that employees are well faceted, are well knowledgeable and conversant with the different aspects of the jobs. So that's my second piece of advice, that if you as an individual feel you need to progress into a certain role that will enable you to progress also personally, whether study-wise or family-wise, I believe the avenues are there and you should take advantage of them. That's what I could add, at least from my perspective.
Thank you. I'll just ask to get comments from some two key industry people. Mr. Abdul Chibuka, if you could like to comment on career guidance, particularly for the people in the room. And Eileen, Ms. Eileen from Total, if you'd just like to comment on just career guidance as well. So, Abdul.
Thank you very much. I'll stand up to compensate for my height and look into the audience. Thank you very much. People wonder why am I giving career guidance when I don't work for Total or UNOC or wherever. So if you allow me, I'll just quickly introduce myself. My name is Abdul Chibuka. I do run a company called True North Consult. We're in manpower services. Very briefly, as already said, we're one of the companies that supply manpower to the oil and gas sector. But I also want to say that we also supply manpower to other sectors. True North employs 3,200 people on behalf of other employers, Total Energies being among them. Now, I think I qualify to give some career guidance because I'm a natural practitioner by training and practice, and I also had an opportunity to work for the oil industry. So actually, I keep telling people that I'm an oil person through and through because my earlier job was at Shell before moving to Total Oil, which eventually ceded its license to Total and CNOOC and UNOC. Now, let me give guidance to my sister here, Ida. You, I don't know how many years you've been on the rig, but it's probably not too many. My first guidance is don't be in a big hurry to get a master's degree. The first thing is you have a job, as Ali said. Once you have a job, first decide what path do you want to take in the long term. If you want to take a technical career in the industry, technical means that you are doing work on the ground in the rig as an engineer to become from a junior engineer or a graduate engineer to an engineer to senior engineer or geologist, whatever. Those are what we call a technical path. First decide whether that's the path you want to take or a managerial path. Now, many people in the oil and gas sector that would have talked to you. I don't know whether my brother here, Sheikh, I don't know his background. You might find that he's a geologist by background, but is now into corporate affairs. The people who do commercial work, people who do communications for the sector, they're not necessarily trained in communications as their first degree or part of work. They could have started off in technical functions. Now, there are certain things I'll say which are fact for the oil and gas sector. If you choose a technical path, which is to say, I want to move from a junior engineer all the way to a senior technical engineer, you're going to have to face one fact that you'll do a good number of years on the ground doing technical work. And technical work for many is in the field. So you're going to have to make choices between how you balance your technical requirements and your family. I think you fell short of saying, how do I balance doing work in Bolisa and getting a boyfriend or husband and getting married and getting children? Now, you'll have to make some choices. Now, there are so many people who have succeeded to get children and be engineers in the oil and gas sector and become senior people. The oil and gas companies like Total, even your employer, Schlumberger, is one of the most responsible employers in this industry. They will support you. But my first comment is not necessarily to first get a master's degree. If you want to pursue a technical career, what you require is what are the certifications from the industry that are required. So I don't know why you would do a master's degree before you do well control certification if you're in drilling. Look for certifications that are required for the technical path. Now the companies, Total Energies, UNOC, CNOC, Shlamboje, they are not going to support you to do a master's degree before you do industrial certification. So ask yourself, what industrial certification do I need? Now, which makes me shift to some of the people who are here in the audience who are looking for jobs. You can also help yourself when you graduate, as you're looking for a job. If you're privileged to get a sponsor, do a certificate in health and safety. You can pursue NEBOSH. Those that don't require direct experience on the ground, you can pursue them as you look for a job. And finally, let me help my brother Ali on the question of opportunities in the sector. And someone saying, this is a sector that employs a fewer number of people. Part of the challenge we have with people looking for work in oil and gas is they think that oil and gas is petroleum engineering. Oil and gas is geology. Oil and gas is only the technical or core skills, which I think Lillian talked to. Oil and gas is a sector, it has a very big value chain. Whilst we expect to employ 30 to 40,000 people directly in the core skill sets, when a survey was done on how many opportunities will the industry create across the board, it is between 150 and 300,000 jobs. But those jobs may not necessarily be with Total Energies. I keep telling people, if you want a job in the sector, don't run to what? Total Energies. Don't run to UNOC. Go to the people who do work for Total. Look for the contractors. That slide that Ali showed of the number of companies, when he said tier 1 is meaning companies that do work for Total Energies or CNOC or UNOC. Tier 2 are contractors that are supporting those other companies. But tier 3, where I said, I think 1,200 companies work in the industry, that's where most of the jobs are. And please also tell your brothers and sisters who have not studied a technical course, there are jobs that are linked to the oil and gas sector. You only have to do homework and say, how far does this value chain go? Because there are people working for hotels where the people drilling in Bulisa are staying. That is a job that is linked to the industry. And by the way, some people start there. They understand the practices in the industry, they understand health and safety, they understand the do's and don'ts, they get contacts, they get to know the jobs, they get further training, they enter the mainstream. Let me stop here.
Thank you very much, Ali. Lastly, from Eileen, just a few remarks, and then we will close it here in the interest of time. Sorry, I know that gentleman had a question, but you'll walk directly to the person you would like it to go to. Eileen?
Thank you, Mpalampa. So my name is Eileen Baguma. I look after staff development and resourcing in Total Energies. I think mine is to complement, and I really want to talk to the lady who was really talking about, I think what she's talking about is diversity and how we can evolve as a private sector to support women in the industry. Total does a lot of that. And we have a big diversity agenda to actually employ 50% of our recruitment has to be females. So I think maybe just to supplement this, and Abdul, I'm not trying to, but what she's talking about is I'm a lady, I'm working in a field environment, I'm going to get pregnant, yeah? I'm going to have a husband. What does that mean for me, yeah? Because I don't have the same, opportunity as a guy working in the field, WhatsApp my wife, my girlfriend, and, have that relationship ongoing. And as a private sector, we have to make sure that we have these policies. I mean, we want to be hip, we want to be cool, we want to be current. And these are current issues that women are facing today. So as a private sector, we are ensuring that we are setting these policies for you, women, to come and prosper, just like the men have done. And they are putting, and it's our role to put them in place. We have some in place in Total Energies, and we are promoting them as much as possible. So every woman, every drilling engineer has the same opportunity and will have the same progression and career path as a man is supposed to do. So you don't have that gap in your career. So really, as advice for Total Energies, it's something that we're really promoting as part of our diversity agenda. I think Rosette mentioned what we do for Twice as well in terms of counseling and also promoting all our services that we're doing. So I think, I hope that encourages all the women in here that there is an opportunity for you in oil and gas. We are being current with the market and the current trends, and also ensuring you have those opportunities.
Thank you very much, Eileen. And thank you very much to our panel. We will end it here in the interest of time. I know we have just scratched the surface. I know you had questions, but please walk directly to the person you'd like to ask that question and get it answered. We'll take a picture moment, but a round of applause for this fantastic panel. Thank you very much. Time got the better of us, but we'll take a picture. And for Abdul and Eileen, please join us for the picture moment. You're welcome.
Some staff from PAU, especially Mr. Byamukama and his team, they can stand up, the PAU staff. If you have any question, please, they are there. They are for you to answer anything. Thank you.
Thank you, Ali. All right, we'll take a picture, and Madam MC, we'll hand back over to you.
Thank you so much, Eva, for the moderation of the two panels. And thank you to the panelists for truly ably dissecting the questions and topics that were being discussed. I think the youth are quite aware of all the opportunities available for them in the energy sector. Without further ado, allow me to go straight into the closing remarks and invite Ms. Amina Bukenya, the Head of Corporate Affairs, CNOOC Uganda.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for this opportunity to address you at the Youth in Energy Conference. I'm speaking on behalf of Dr. Liu Zhendong, the President of CNOOC Uganda Limited. And as the previous speaker highlighted, I'll speak verbatim so that I do not change the message. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed colleagues, honored guests, most importantly, the youth of Uganda, good afternoon. It's an honor and a privilege to be here today at Makerere University for the Youth in Energy Conference. I'd like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to all our joint venture partners, Total Energies, UNOC, and other key stakeholders like MEMD, that's Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development, Petroleum Authority, and the youth for organizing this significant event. The opportunity to engage with you, the future leaders of Uganda's energy sector, is both exciting and important. At CNOOC Uganda Limited, we believe that the youth are not just leaders of tomorrow, but the change makers of today. Our commitment to Uganda goes beyond energy production. It extends to nurturing talent, fostering innovation, and building capacity that will propel the country towards sustainable development and energy independence. Our initiatives in youth development are guided by a simple yet powerful principle: empowering youth minds to drive their own futures. Over the years, CNOOC has undertaken several programs aimed at equipping the youth with skills, knowledge, and opportunities that need to thrive in the oil and gas sector. We've partnered with various institutions like Makerere University, Kyambogo University, Nkumba, Mbara University, and Uganda Petroleum University Kigumba, among others, to offer internship, vocational training, and the necessary support. We have offered scholarships to students to take up oil and gas courses in China, University of Petroleum, and these have become a young talent serving in the Kingfisher and other oil fields. These initiatives have enhanced the technical skills, particularly in engineering, geosciences, and environmental management. By supporting higher education, we ensure that the youth are enabled and prepared to take on critical roles within the industry. I'd like to reiterate by giving you an update on the Kingfisher project. The project is progressing well, with now 8 wells successfully drilled. And this, we'd like to thank the energetic youth that are working on the project. Most of our employees are between 25 to 35 years, and this demonstrates a contribution of the youth in advancing the project. The Kingfisher project is also the largest Chinese investment project under the One Belt, One Road initiative in Uganda. With such, we aim at advancing the programs geared towards digital innovation, green development, capacity building, culture, people-to-people exchange, among others. And all these are to benefit you, the youth. We shall continue making these efforts to implement these programs alongside the Kingfisher project, and all this is aimed at fulfilling our vision, which is energy for a better future. To just expedite that, energy for a better future in CNOOC Uganda, this implies that when we get the energy out of the ground, it shall benefit everyone. Across the value chain, this involves the youth, the Ugandans, the politicians, the children, everyone will benefit from the oil. How? Through the development of the social services and other important projects in the country. Additionally, our project is a testament to our commitment to advancing oil and gas while prioritizing environmental sustainability and community development. It serves as a platform for practical learning and engagement for young professionals, offering insights into the latest technologies and sustainable practices in energy production. We are living in a time of great transformation in the energy industry. The transition to sustainable and renewable energy sources, as highlighted by the speakers, is not just a global necessity, but it affects all of us locally. Your innovative ideas, energy, and passion are vital to achieving this transition and ensuring greenfield development in our projects. CNOOC Uganda remains committed to ensuring a sustainable future. As I conclude, there's a saying that goes, empower today and change tomorrow. This is for you, the youth. And with this, I believe we can build a brighter and more sustainable future for Uganda and beyond. I urge you, the youth of Uganda, to seize the opportunities in the energy sector. The opportunities are so many. Engage with the key stakeholders. Engage the speakers at this conference. Participate in the discussions like you have done, and network. Thank you very much. I remember there's a time when I was at university, I used to attend such forums and platforms, and believe me, you are guided in your career, and it helps to shape your career path. Your active participation is crucial in shaping a better future for Uganda's energy sector. Thank you very much for listening to me, and have a good day.
Thank you so much, Ms. Amina. Now you'll allow me to invite the only gentleman in the room, I believe, who has 1.1 million followers on Instagram. I'll invite him to come and give us his powerful closing remarks that I believe will wrap up everything that has been talked about today. You're welcome, sir.
I really want to thank Total Energies, but before them, I want to thank Makerere University for really hosting this. I think when we always discuss energy, it is a fact that we have not paid attention to so many young people that are going to be drivers. And to host this at this institution, I actually found out recently hit 1 century. 1 century of learning. And when we look at the future, that future comes from here. And I think having this discussion here says that where do we, as, I want to say young people, as the future, working with Total Energies, working with McDermott, CNOOC Uganda, UNOC, the Petroleum Authority of Uganda, and the entire energy industry, those who are not in this room, how do we define that next 100 years, not just of this university, but this country, our continent, Africa, and the world as large? And I think that challenge is on us, that we can walk out of here being like what Mother Teresa says, a pencil in the hand of God, writing our own history. And I think that starts with all of us and how we view energy and how we are going to change. The transformative nature of our industry calls on us to really look at what we want to define as Uganda. Uganda has not just played a key role in Africa, but also plays a key role in shaping our energy futures. And you have that, listening to all the discussions today and the advice that comes from there. I am so proud. I am so proud. Not of the panelists, forget them, all right? They're too smart. But I'm just so proud of the quality of the questions, the quality of interactions whenever a student is given a chance to ask a question. The quality of questions have just been so good. That tells you of a fully engaged community, but citizenry, because at the end we get stuck in energy. Citizens defining the future, citizens speaking up for what we want this country to be, citizens that are aware that energy developments, investors like Total Energies, contractors like McDermott, investors like CNOOC, they are part of us. And that we carried out today saying the demonization is not going to continue. We are going to move forward. Because by us moving forward, we Africans are channeling the path for that future. I like to make fun of Mark. Their time is over, man. He said it himself. They're getting old. Who wants to hang around old people? Now it's your time to drive it. And I think that if we miss this opportunity, then we have to blame ourselves. This is your generation's calling to define that next 100 years. This is your generation that is really going to reshape what we have not done in the past and how we have reconstructed history. And it goes with what I started in the master class: movement, energy, driving, forging a future. But that moral universe is not going to just happen. It's going to happen by each one of you young people taking jobs, taking seizing opportunities, and I mean it when I say seizing opportunities, because they're not just going to hand it to you. Nobody's going to give you anything. You're going to have to seize it. You're seizing those opportunities and just driving forward, and be bold as we make it. Uganda, your time is now. not tomorrow. Now is the time for us to forge that path, working with great regulators, working with great companies to really build that Uganda that we deserve. Thank you so much, and thank you for hosting me and for having me. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Finally, we've come to the close of this event, the Youth in Energy Conference. I believe we have truly dissected every way we can show the youth how we want them to be engaged in the energy transition of Africa. We're going to have a few photo moments, just 2 photos. Allow me to call upon all the speakers who have spoken today, the panelists, the keynote speakers, to just come up front for a photo moment. That will be Professor Naba Nagogoriti, if she's still around, Mr. Mark Anthony Elmazega, Mr. Alice Sekatawa, Mr. Enje Ayuk, Mr. Humphrey Asimwe, Ms. Rahma Nantongo, please come up for a photo moment. Miss Lee Deshotu, I don't want to mispronounce the first name. Miss Rosette Komgisha, you can please come up. Some can go down, but I believe 14 people will fit up here. Miss Amina Bukenya, if she's still around. Mr. Sheikh Omar Diallo. I hope the cameraman is ready to capture that. We can come closer to my side. There is still some space to balance the stage. Yes, the moderator too, Miss Eva Mpalampa and Miss Lillian Nyakuni. Please stay on the stage. Please stay on the stage. I'm calling up the sector players represented here today to come and take part of the photo. Representatives from IFRI, African Energy Chamber, a representative from Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development, Petroleum Authority Uganda as well, whoever is here representing that institution, please come and join the photo. Some can be on the lower part. Uganda Chamber of Mines and Petroleum, UNOC, CNOC. Some can join on the floor. The cameraman, please help us organize this photo. Representatives from ECOP. I think the stage is now full. The other names I will read will go down. Representatives from the Human Resource, COL, HR Beyond Limits, WQS Recruitment Services, Aldelia, True North Consultants, representatives from Uganda Petroleum Institute, Kigumba, Makerere University, Ministry of Education. I kindly request that some, I think, will go on the floor or 2 lines, I'm not sure. The photographer, please guide. Representatives from MC Demo, Sinopec, E360 Group Limited, Inspector Africa, COSL Uganda SMC, Sunmaker Energy, and ZPEB. That's all. If I mentioned and you have not yet come up, please do come up so that we can take this photo. I think that's it, cameraman. We can now take the photo. Remember to smile. Okay. Great. Now the students, we can get a few representatives of students to join us. Those on the stage, please stay. Just a few representatives of students to join us on the floor. Maybe 10 students to join if you really want to be a part of this photo. Yes, please. 10 students. Just line up in the front. I see 10 seem few, maybe some few more, like 6 or 5. Okay, I think that will do now. The flow is getting full. Thank you. That's enough. Are we ready? All right, thank you all so much for participating and staying to the close of the event. We really, really appreciate you staying this far. Linda says that you should clap for me too. Do not be in a rush to leave. There's lunch downstairs where you had breakfast. Please go down and have some lunch, but also to the students, especially the youth in this room. There are very many key sector players with us here today. Like we mentioned, there are key recruitment agencies here. As you go for lunch, do not be afraid to approach anyone, interact with them, exchange contacts, express your interest in internships and graduate trainees. Do not walk out of this place empty-handed. Remember, we are trying to involve you in the energy sector. And with that, the event is closed. Have a beautiful day.
Sengolenia,